Thanks so much for being with me. Give me all of 30 seconds here to say hello to the friends over on the YouTube. And I did see some questions yesterday about it's great if you want to watch over on the X, but the best way to actually engage and ask questions due to the back-end nature of the platform is to pop over to the X, the YouTube. All right, well, it's day 1, 2, 3, 4. Day 3? Day 4? I think it's day 3. I might have put day 4 by accidentally in the YouTube, but I think it's day 3. It is day 3 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Let me make sure that that's what I put in the YouTube. Nope, I put day 4. I'm making that title say day 3. Please forgive me, YouTube friends. It was not on purpose. It is hard to keep track of the difference between pretrial motion days and the formal start, or jury selection and the formal start of evidence. Bina, so good to see you. Good morning. It's great to have you. Goldie Lawrence, Barb, Eva, so many towel friends joining so quickly this morning. Jew Drops, great to see you as always. Mona Lisa, Arizona, Cookie Ramla. Wow, all the towel friends are jumping on very quickly this morning. We have lots, I suppose, to go over. I'm trying to get an update on the Karen Cam, which, by the way, it was not our fault. No one did anything wrong with the Karen Cam. There was permission given for accredited individuals to broadcast the in-court feed. However, apparently Court TV, after Towel started this trend on Tuesday, you all obviously saw the Karen Cam get deployed for the first time, deployed their Karen Cam, and then things just cascaded out of control and we lost the Karen Cam. But Little Towel is on a diplomatic mission, I assure all of the towel friends and the washcloths and the towelettes and otherwise, and the flannels and the soap dispensers and the hemp towels and the paper towels and every single type, and washcloths of course, and every type of towel there is. I assure you all, Towel is engaging in his diplomatic efforts to return the Karen Cam to the people, to liberate the Karen Cam, and to bring forth the light of transparency and justice to coverage of this case. Yes, someone said in the chat, if you all, I'm still learning about this, Towel's doing his very best, but if you all want to click like on the video or subscribe to the feed if you haven't, apparently doing that not only during the live stream, but early in the live stream really helps. Barb, there is a full day, half day of court tomorrow as scheduled. The ARCA Rule 14 hearing has been moved to Monday, so expect a half day tomorrow. Macy says, big question on my mind this morning, is appearing in court optional for ARCA if they decide not to be witnesses this trial? Well, they got ordered to appear for voir dire. They're not getting out of that. Elizabeth Little yesterday tried to get it via Zoom. We can watch the clip. It did not work out in Elizabeth Little's favor. The only thing Elizabeth Little got was an extension on the voir dire hearing until Monday, this coming Monday. However, Judge Cannoni then said, if we're doing this Monday, then ARCA has to finish all of their testing and reports that they're proposing to use for the second trial by Monday. And then all of a sudden the defense just absolutely went nuts. And then as a result of the defense going nuts, there was a lot of panic, but Judge Cannoni said they cannot appear on Zoom. They're coming on Monday. No negotiation. So that's telling. The Reed defense can make things happen. So if the Reed defense was saying we can't make this happen, Judge Cannoni, I assure you it was not because they couldn't. It's because they didn't want them there. I think Karen Reed doesn't have any money left. I don't know if you all just saw. Let me bring it up for you on the screen right now. I have to put the comments down for a second to do this. Let me see if I can get this up on the towel screen for you. If you all missed it, I don't think Karen has money. Karen, look at the crowds, folks. I'm going to make sure this is, no, I'm a towel. That's me. This is the footage I want to show you. So let me get this up on your screen. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. You're a towel. I am a towel. That's very true. I am a towel. Is this it? There we go. All right, let's take a look at what happened. Following. Hold on, let's take a look. Look at these crowds, folks.
Just 40 or
you can listen to Towel.
Cast hundreds of feet away from the Norfolk Superior Court. Just 40 or 50 minutes to go until the start of today's presentation of evidence following just heartbreaking testimony from... Good morning, friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. You can see it right there. It's day 3 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. The Karen Reed fans are down to a number of about 15 and 20. cast hundreds of feet away from the Norfolk Superior Court. Just 40 or 50 minutes to go until the start of today's presentation of evidence following just heartbreaking testimony from Ms. Peggy O'Keefe yesterday. And of course, Alan Jackson getting himself completely lost on multiple cross-examinations and failing to understand the difference between a witness hearing about Karen Reed asking Jen McCabe to Google something at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. while standing in the cold as John O'Keefe was being loaded in the ambulance, to the difference between that and the difference between Carrie Roberts actually hearing that. And there was no inconsistency at all. Carrie Roberts simply misheard a question about whether she heard Karen say that to Jen at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. or whether she heard about it. And in that regard, Alan Jackson looked like a fool. Miss Peggy O'Keefe, John's mom, was heart-wrenching to listen to on the stand. And the only silver lining yesterday was that Alan Jackson did not cross Peggy O'Keefe. But you can see Karen Reed's support down to nothing. The Free Karen Reed movement, a mere historical footnote, and a bombshell Rule 14 hearing related to Karen Reed's experts from ARCA, and 105 deleted text messages related to the Reed defense and those experts coming up on Monday at 12 noon Eastern. I'll be with you in just a few minutes for a live stream, folks. YouTube.com/GrantSmithEllis, and also broadcasting on X. If you want to ask your comments and questions, join us over on the Towel Universe on the YouTube. See you soon.
Well,
Good morning, friends.
you saw it there, folks. Down to 15 to 20 people for the Karen Reed movement. And we'll take a look at this clip in a second. But let me give you a run back. If you missed it, folks, if you missed it, as to what happened yesterday morning with Miss Elizabeth Little attempting to argue about the ARCA Rule 14 exclusion. Now remember, this ARCA Rule 14 hearing on Monday at noon doesn't have to do with the scope of ARCA's testimony. It has to do with whether Karen Reed's attorneys violated reciprocal discovery obligations under something called Rule 14. Now the punishment, Karen Reed's attorneys have already been found, as you're going to hear Judge Cannoni say from the beginning of yesterday's hearing, before the jury came in. Karen Reed's attorneys have been found multiple times to have made misrepresentations to the court about ARCA and the nature of Reed's contacts with ARCA and the payments to ARCA that were hidden from the court previously, and numerous other elements related to how Reed had engaged and paid ARCA between March and July of 2024 and then onward. We found out initially, due to a series of conflagrations involving the new U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, both announcing the end of the federal probe into John O'Keefe's death via law enforcement partners in the Canton PD, prosecutors in the Brian Walsh case, and Hank Brennan himself. But also Leah Foley released via a TUI request on January 30th, 2025, according to public court statements by Hank Brennan, a header of an invoice between ARCA and Reed. That led to a just crescendo of events on February 6th, where Alan Jackson at sidebar materially misled Judge Cannoni about the nature of contacts and payments between Reed and ARCA over the course of summer of 2024, starting back in March, actually. And then, to make this all the more astonishing, on February 13th, 2025, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Reed's defense turns over an itemized invoice that was sent as a retainer agreement in March of 2024 and paid in July of 2024 by Reed's team, along with a spattering of contacts, between Reed and ARCA. That leads to a finding from Judge Cannoni on the record that Reed's team had materially misled the court. Now, keep in mind, folks, the retainer invoice that Reed paid to ARCA, how interesting is it that the amount for ARCA's federal contract based on federal public records was roughly $36,000? How interesting is it that only $9,000 of that federal contract got paid? The other about $26,000 got deobligated, and then Reed pays ARCA a bill of $26,633 roughly. How weird is it? How weird is that, folks? And it was hidden from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors, and there was a federal protective order in place at the time preventing Reed from having that kind of contact with ARCA in 2024, but she did anyway. Wink and a nod from the old DOJ, who had a grudge. The leadership, Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow, had a grudge against the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey. Rollins for her own reasons, because Rollins had supported not going for life sentences for youthful offenders under 25, which upset other DAs, and Rollins also wouldn't prosecute certain low-level offenses, upset other DAs. She used to lash out at Morrissey. And Dustin Chow, the head of the Public Integrity Unit in the Boston DOJ at the time. Dustin Chow was his wife in 2015 got passed over for a promotion in the Norfolk DA's office, and then Chow allegedly went around saying he was going to do everything he could to burn down the Norfolk DA's reputation. So Karen Reed, Josh Levy, and Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti walk into the then first U.S. Assistant Attorney Josh Levy's office in November of 2022. And because David Yannetti was on Rachel Rollins' transition team for Suffolk DA back in the day, because of that, they were able to get in the door. There's a grudge by leadership against Morrissey. They open a pretextual federal probe, but at the same time, over the summer of 2023, as that probe winds down, in August of 2023, the same unit that investigated Karen, the DOJ, stumbles onto the fact that that unit may have been involved in the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, a woman who was allegedly murdered on February 1st or so of 2021 by a Stoughton cop named Matthew Farwell. The state police unit involved in Karen's investigation in the Birchmore investigation within 48 hours was given evidence of Farwell being at the scene of Sandra's murder at the time of the crime by the Canton PD. The Canton PD within 48 hours also turned over evidence that Farwell was going around saying to people that if Birchmore wouldn't have an abortion, he was going to take care of the problem himself, because him and Birchmore had been in a relationship dating to when Birchmore was a child. As a result, I think that Karen got a wink and a nod from the DOJ for helping them stumble onto this situation with the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by that MSP unit, and the wink and the nod and the thank you was the use of ARCA, allowing Karen to violate the federal protective order and keep these communications and payments with ARCA hidden secret from both state prosecutors and Judge Cannoni until well after the first trial ended, as to Karen allegedly killing John O'Keefe with her car while drunk at 12:32 a.m. while with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29 while backing up to 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, and then going to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a steering wheel correction of 4.7 degrees to the right, immediately, instantaneously, allegedly on impact with John's body. And then, of course, John's cell phone data shows John never moved from the lawn, the spot where Karen hit John, and left John to die in a blizzard, whereupon medical evidence shows a reddening of John O'Keefe's pancreas coupled with a catastrophic head injury that rendered John incapacitated on that lawn, caused John's death. All of that's to say, ARCA, because they continued to hide these contacts after the first finding by Judge Cannoni of material misrepresentations related to those March 24 through July of 2024 contacts and communications, then right before opening statements, 10 minutes before opening statements, in fact, Reed's defense finally brings forth, in compliance with Judge Cannoni's Friday order of last week, a list of 105 text messages with ARCA. But none of them were retained. It was just a list. And then Reed's attorneys told Judge Cannoni they deleted the text messages. Another violation, which means this compliance hearing on Monday for ARCA, the voir dire, is not about the scope of ARCA's ridiculous opinions and firing hot dogs out of glass cannons. It is about whether Reed's team violated Rule 14 reciprocal discovery rules, whether ARCA has the deleted text messages, what they're about, and whether Reed's team is going to be sanctioned as to ARCA being removed from the witness list as a result of those violations. I hope that spells it out clearly. And there was a reason why Judge Cannoni banned Reed from mentioning ARCA in opening statements, because it's a high probability that after this voir dire, which was supposed to be mid-trial before ARCA testified, after this Monday voir dire, they're going to get removed from the witness list. I hope that was a helpful elucidation of everything that has been going on with ARCA. Who set us off on that wonderful comment? Kudos to you, whoever set us off on that wonderful, useful, erudite explication from Towel. That was Macy. Macy, I hope you found that overview helpful. I did my best. Amber M asked, will Judge Cannoni let in the clip of KR mocking Karen's mom? Well, okay, before we watch the Judge Cannoni clip, let's just quickly answer this question, because I uploaded this clip this morning, actually, because I'm a towel. You're all towels. Everybody's a towel. We're all towels here. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're just over 20 minutes from the start of today's Karen Reed, John O'Keefe hearing. It is day 3, as I corrected the YouTube title to say. Hi, Maui Swift. Murder by Maestro. Oh, my God, you're in the chat, my friend, and Maui Swift. It's so great to see you. 5MEODMT, it's so great to see you as well. I see Angela Whittick, Amber Am, Eva, Kitties, welcome to you. It is just a wonderful, wonderful group of towel friends. Emily Suzanne says she doesn't think ARCA will be removed. Okay, one thing at a time, towel friends. Let's watch the clip of Karen and whether I think it's going to get introduced. Because remember, Hank Brennan moved to play this. He's playing these clips as witnesses testify. He's allowed to just show them to the jury without actually a witness being there. He wanted to play this right after Peggy O'Keefe testified. Judge Cannoni didn't say she's not going to let him play it. She didn't want him to play it right then because technically under the rules of evidence, if we look at FRE 403 and 401, the way admissibility works, you're not just applying the relevant hearsay exceptions as to statements by a party opponent, right, under 804, whatever that exception is. What you're really doing is you're doing an analysis of the admissibility of the evidence. It could be admissible evidence that is so outweighed in context by its prejudicial value or its propensity to confuse the jury, or it could be redundant. Those are all reasons that balance against admissible evidence being played. Now, Judge Cannoni wasn't saying you can't play it. Judge Cannoni was, without saying it out loud in front of the jurors or anyone really, saying, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Jackson's argument here under FRE 403 as to the balancing test, suggesting that the prejudicial value of introducing this statement right now seems to outweigh its value, its probative value as to being admitted. Therefore, for right now, you can't play it. But that prejudicial value goes down exponentially the farther we get away from Ms. O'Keefe's testimony. Therefore, it comes in my opinion, under the FRE 403 prejudicial value analysis. I hope that everyone was able to follow that too. I'm sorry if I'm going a little fast. Whatever this is, every day I have a different energy drink. This is a Redcon. It had freedom on it. It had America on it. It has too much caffeine. It has 200 milligrams of alpha GPC, which doesn't even sound like caffeine. It has 200 milligrams of caffeine. It has 1,000 milligrams of carnitine, 1,000 milligrams of taurine. Oh God, that's why. I should not buy these things. At least I don't have a headache today, so we're moving in a positive direction. Murder by Maestro says, I think ARCA will be told they can't give testimony designed to refute the new Aperture report. AJ will lead them into it anyway. Hank will object, and Judge Cannoni will do nothing. No, I foresee ARCA being removed from the witness list. I'm a Prescient towel. Let's watch this clip that Karen Reed really didn't want to see played.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
First of all, she's like, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. And Miss O'Keefe denied ever saying that, by the way. So Karen might have been lying just to give the jury, the media, misleading information to give an excuse for why she moved the alleged murder weapon from John's home back to Canton in the early morning hours after Karen was let out of the hospital following her parents calling the police and saying she was making threats of self-harm, which inadvertently led to Karen getting her blood taken, confirming via a retrograde BAC analysis that Karen's BAC at 12:32 a.m. was between 0.13 and 0.29. Karen had a 0.08 the next morning after 8 or 9 a.m. 5EMO DMT said that's the best clip. So yes, I see that clip coming back in. Now, let's continue being towels because we have to watch the ARCA ruling, because now that you all have a firm foundation, I am not a towel, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not your lawyer. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to reinforce towel's belief that universal love is possible and no need to be tepid. Towel is capable. Towel can rise to meet the occasion. None of you will understand that. Just move along with your lives. We don't need to get into details. All right. We are looking for the ruling from Judge Cannoni because I'm a towel. All right. Is this it? Yep. Here we go. Let's listen.
I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so, is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Okay, you want me to get every effort to make that happen? I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll do the best for it.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday?
Yes.
We'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday, so Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? When?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right, can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right, so maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question, please?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the targets, one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted, and you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
And
very helpful.
okay.
And Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exact. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto-delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said, out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get your clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Okay, so I'm going to come back in here because there were some questions. We can rewatch this part, but that's not exactly what happened, Murder by Maestro. There were 2 different clips, okay? Hank Brennan was allowed to show one of them. The other clip, Judge Cannoni said, even if we just play this one clip, do you want the consciousness of guilt instruction? Now, here's why she was asking Jackson, and he, of course, said no. This is counterintuitive, but a consciousness of guilt instruction, we've talked about it a lot on this stream. You can look up Commonwealth v. Mahoney if you want to learn more about it, okay? But a consciousness of guilt instruction has to do... It's technically a limiting instruction. It technically is something to, quote, help the defense. The defense never asked for it. But the reason why Judge Cannoni was saying that there was, Mr. Jackson, okay, so I'm not going to allow the second clip to be played. I am going to allow the first clip to be played. You agree it's for consciousness of guilt purposes. Now, you can waive if the prosecutor doesn't ask for consciousness of guilt instruction at a certain moment, and the defense doesn't ask for it. Judge Cannoni said this to Jackson, are you waiving the consciousness of guilt? And he said, of course, or he said yes, which anyone would expect. Now, what that means is, it doesn't mean that Hank Brennan can never move for the consciousness of guilt instruction. It means Jackson was ceding the point that the first clip and really the second clip go to consciousness of guilt. Jackson then bifurcated the argument, and you really got to understand the nuance here, folks. Something can be admissible and relevant. It can be admissible under 401 or the hearsay rules as a statement by a party opponent, to wit, in this case, Karen Reed's own remarks. It can be relevant to the extent that it's consciousness of guilt evidence, okay? So that meets the tests of relevance and probative value. But its probative value can still, even with those two check boxes marked off, it can still be so far outweighed by the prejudicial context of it being played that Jackson won on the small issue of, okay, the second video of Karen mocking Miss O'Keefe can't be played now. No one was arguing that video wasn't consciousness of guilt. They both were saying it was, but Jackson then moved on to a very specific, pretty brilliant argument under FRE 403 and its Massachusetts equivalent, which I'm sure is MRE 403. The Massachusetts Rules of Evidence, which says specifically, if you can argue that, and Jackson was doing it on a narrow point there, in this moment, right, which is what Jackson said, right after Miss O'Keefe had delivered that very heartfelt, and he said it was very impassioned, sympathetic testimony. He called her a sympathetic witness or something, Jackson. That this is so unduly prejudicial that even though it's probative and relevant, probative and admissible and relevant, please, Your Honor, don't let it be played right now. And that's why Judge Cannoni said, okay, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Brennan, you can't play this now. I'm going to decide on this clip later. Because she wasn't saying it's not coming in. It was not a final ruling. It was, this is going to, right now, violate 403. Now, was she saying out loud to anyone or the lawyers, this is so unduly prejudicial at this moment it's going to violate 403? No, but that's what the lawyers knew what she was saying, and I as a lay towel knew exactly what Judge Cannoni was saying, and that's how it functioned. So yeah, but murder by maestro, you got to understand how important Hank Brennan, it's procedural. Hank Brennan wants to play these clips between witnesses. So Judge Cannoni wasn't doing anything. Remember, the jurors left the room for this argument about the video's admissibility. Then they came back in and only saw the video played, and then the second video not played, okay? The first video played. So what was really happening was Judge Cannoni was doing an evidentiary analysis, and you can't, it's not weird. It's, she made she's the umpire. She's calling balls and strikes, and she's saying, okay, you both stipulate that this is admissible evidence under 401. You both admit that this is consciousness of guilt, therefore it's relevant evidence, okay? So now tell me, Mr. Jackson, why is the probative value of this evidence, which I've already said, and you both agree is relevant and admissible, because it's a statement by a party opponent, so it's not hearsay, why should this video of Karen mocking Miss O'Keefe not come in? Now, Alan Jackson says, okay, Your Honor, remember there's one more step under the 403 analysis, even for admissible and relevant evidence. It can be admissible and relevant, but in this moment be so highly prejudicial it can't come in. And therefore, she said yes. That's it. There's nothing untoward about it. It's not even, I'm a little bit perplexed by, I guess it's a little bit obscure and arcane as to the nature of the legal knowledge involved to apply the FRE 401 versus 403 balancing test. But I just don't know. She's going to let it in. Folks who are Kerry Gold, she's going to let it in. It just wasn't coming in at that moment. If she wasn't going to let it in, she would have just said, I'm not letting this in. She said, I'll reconsider this at another moment, which was a way of using other words to say to Mr. Brennan, you can bring this in, just not right now. And so again, if you want to look more into this, please, you can, I don't want to send you off to Google, but look at some secondary academic sources about what's called the FRE 401 versus 403 Balancing Act. And if you want to query like higher forms of like scholarship, then look specifically into examples enumerated on case law about situations where contextually, we're not talking the evidence is banned entirely, but why at a specific moment you could have a prejudicial analysis that justifies excluding for the moment relevant and admissible evidence, but only for the moment, because that prejudicial analysis, remember, the farther we get from Ms. O'Keefe's testimony, the prejudice goes down, and it's a balancing act. It's a scale. So right now, the prejudice is weighing so heavy on the scale, right, as to tip it in favor of exclusion. But the farther we get from Ms. O'Keefe's testimony, remember, the substance of the clip is Karen mocking Ms. O'Keefe. The further we get from her testimony, Ms. O'Keefe's testimony, the less prejudicial weight that statement from Karen has. So that side of the scale goes up and up and up. The relevant and admissible side of 401 goes down and down and down. And then all of a sudden, the second that tail skips, the scale tips 51 to 49, boom, it comes in. I hope that makes sense. I'm not a lawyer, though. I'm a towel. Thank you, Murder by Maestro. I'm so pleased I was able to help you with my edifying explications of complex 401 and 403 analyses. Okay, now what are we going to do next? We're going to take a look. What is this? Why are you filming the ground? Okay, let's see. Oh, God, we're back to the fan. I hate the fan. If you watch this stream, you know that Towel has an aversion to the fan. Towel yells about the fan. Towel thinks they should just film the light. Towel thinks Jesus is right. Oh my God, what a good moment for us to see. Here's Karen Reed's arrival. Okay, let's do it again. I'm a towel. You're a towel. That's not Karen Reed. Oh, she didn't come in. Where's Karen Reed? Oh, she didn't come in anywhere near Alan Jackson. Let's give Elizabeth Little the glamour shot. She deserves it. She's not a towel, but she can have it. Okay. All right, towel friends, we have the solemn arrival of a very much forlorn Karen Reed and her legal team. Let's take a listen. Day 3 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. GrantSmithEllis, I'm a towel. Eliza Little, Alan Jackson, leading the charge. Next up, we see Bob Alessi and David Unetti. I don't know who that guy is in the left. He's a man in a suit. And then bringing up the back, we see Karen Reed. No questions at all. No questions at all from the media, just silence. A figure humbled is Karen Reed. The lonely procession continues. And now we look at the back of someone's head. All right, folks, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Join me on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis and discuss with the towel friends about all today's ongoing situation and happenings and testimony. That was Karen Reed, a lonely figure. Thank you, towel friends. I had to take a little bit of a second to, what is it? Actually, I know what we can do. I had to take a second to actually get that clip recorded of Karen Reed coming into the courthouse. No, that's not what I wanted at all. Trying to not make the towel friends watch the fan. All right, let's see if we can do it that way. There we go. So I have a special towel strategy where I can keep the audio going, but I can remove the fan spinning. The fan spinning just torments me, and I don't know if it torments you all, but all right, let's write this up together, shall we, towel friends? As is tradition, we are about to start today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Here is the arrival of a lonely... Why does that have a big E? Here is the arrival of a lonely Karen Reed taking up the back of the pack for day 3 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Reed, a forsaken figure, is greeted only by the gentle hum of the birds each morning. She has 15 to 20 supporters left, hundreds of yards away. I'm a towel. No, I don't have room to say I'm a towel. I wanted to say I'm a towel. I figured that was a great ending to that clip. I'm a towel. All right, now let me do one more thing, towel friends. And what I want to do is I want to go over to this YouTube, and then I want to grab the share link, and then I want to, in the bottom of that post, say one more thing. And we're not missing anything yet. Court is about to come into session, which is watch live now with the towel friends here. All right. You all are known affectionately as the Towel Universe and the Towel Friends. And so many Towel Friends have joined the Towel Universe. It is truly a wonderful amalgamation of Towel Friends. Washcloths, flannels. All right, so let me get that uploaded. And then the other thing I want to do is I'm sorry to torment you, but we're going to see if the fan's still going. Towel hates the fan. Towel hates the fan with a passion. However, I do have the audio going, so at the very least, we'll hear that before anything else. All right, now one other thing Towel's going to do is, let's see if the Karen Cam has returned. Towel did some, I don't think I'm going to win this battle, but Towel's going to raise the media. I'm going to raise the media into some kind of army, and we shall demand the return of the Karen Cam. Folks, we must petition our government for the redress of grievances. We must demand the return of the Towel Cam, the Karen Cam. I hearken you all, pursuant to our constitutional rights and in line with existing precedent, to invoke your abilities to petition the government for redress of your grievances and ask for the Towel Cam to be, or the Karen Cam to be returned. Liberate the Karen Cam. Ladies and gentlemen, I am calling forth at this moment for the Karen Cam to be liberated. We must salvage we must salvage and do honor to its existence. In the name of public transparency and accountability and the Constitution, we must all raise up behind a single unified platform and say to the government, we are petitioning you for redress of our core constitutional grievances related to the Karen Cam. And they will say, where exactly in the Constitution does it enumerate your access to the Karen Cam? Oh, here we go, folks, coming into session. I was getting on a roll there.
Please be seated. Court is in session. 22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes,
Good morning.
I just have one brief issue I want to raise for the court.
Okay.
I wanted to confirm whether experts in this case are permitted to watch testimony in order to prepare for rebuttal. We had asked for that.
For rebuttal, like post?
Responding.
For responding, okay.
In our case, in chief, for both sides.
Okay. What's your position? Ms. Little, you want to?
Yes, we do.
All right. Mr. Brennan, is there any reason not to?
I need to give it some thought. I'm not willing to agree. I'll abide by whatever the court thinks is fair.
So why don't you think about it? We'll address it later today. Okay, there's no expert testimony today, right?
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sure. Is that it? Ready to bring the jury in?
That's all.
You wanted a ruling on the clip from yesterday?
I did.
All right, you can play it.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a quick break.
Who called it? Who called it? I'm a towel. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. I was right. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. Who's a towel? I just want you all to notice in the lead up to that ruling, towel was right. Towel was right. Towel is a towel. You are all towels. I'm a towel. The clip shall be played. We are all towels. You have to watch the fan now because I have to get the zoom up. But give me 1 second because you're all towels. Towel is a towel. You're towels. We're all just towels. It's like everybody jackpot. Everybody towel. Everybody is a towel. Towel was right. And you may write it in stone. You may write it in stone. You may write Towel predicted that Judge Cannoni would allow the clip pursuant to his analysis of FRE 401 and 403. And Towel enumerated why that balancing act would slowly shift to 5149 in favor of admissibility as time slowly ebbed away from Miss O'Keefe's testimony. Why? Because I'm a towel. I'm not just a towel, I'm your little towel. And Towel appreciates all the support that little towel show to Towel. How does to it? I don't really know. I don't have a good answer for you. I'm just a towel. I don't mean to do things like that. I'm just like, oh, well, this is my analysis. This is how I would apply it. Maybe it's some kind of sign about Towel being involved in the juridical process. But I don't really know about that. I don't really know about that. I'm a bit too much of a towel for that, after all. I'm a very independent-minded towel who wishes to say things to the towel faithful. You can't deny Towel the ability to do that. Towel would become incredibly frustrated. Towel would start saying things like, I'm a towel. How dare you? And then the government would be like, Grant, you're in the judicial system. You can't be a towel. And I'd be like, no, I will absolutely be a towel, and I will analyze 401 and 403 at the same time, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they'll be like, Grant, you cannot be a towel. And I'll be like, yes, I can be a towel. Thanks, Lynn Hennis. I appreciate it. We're just for court to get started, folks. You'll hear it come over the speakers. Should be any minute now. I'm trying to see if Karen Cam's going to be here. No Karen Cam, but I do have early listening into the court, so I think we're about to come back into session. Still waiting. Sorry, I was having a real brave little towel. I am a brave little towel. All right, folks, here we go. I'll see you at the first break.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated. 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we bring Mr. Whitman back in, please? Ms. Tianetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today?
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir. Okay. To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Ms. Giannetti. Ask a question.
Be instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question.
Answer the question that's asked of you. Okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times, correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Now, in your testimony yesterday...
Of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic, and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours. Correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic. Correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer, in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr. Yannetti.
My question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow when we were back at the
let me try this again,
So,
sir.
Mr. Yannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a date
Of course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April, no.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so Firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was, yes. She was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person Ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So, 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant, and you answered yes? You recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you, before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant, and your answer was yes?
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road. We're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay? Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left. When we left.
Well, before you left. He meant before you left the scene.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to clarify.
Again, the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset, she kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said, supposedly, or asked supposedly, about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking. I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the word sitting?
I'm not asking you to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentions the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using. She might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay. So when you testified yesterday before this jury,
yes,
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that might not have been accurate, correct?
It could have been a different word.
Okay. But you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's what I said, sitting.
All right. So now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned to questions about many hours to sitting outside to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No.
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No.
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
No.
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were asked by the defendant about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No.
Is that something you typically put everything in your report?
No, we do not write. But generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set.
Thank you.
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Hello, Tower friends. It's not you. There's no audio right now on the court cam. Don't worry, though. Don't worry, though. We have the Karen Cam back. My name is GrantSmithEllis. The Karen Cam has returned, and now we are waiting for the next witness to come up. We see Gretchen Voss hanging out there. Don't know everyone back there. I see Flint from the Herald. Oh, I think that's Katie Benoit. And then I see David Bieknik from WCVB. All right, here we go, folks.
Thank you.
Mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
You just scooch in close to the microphone. Thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean Demulis. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
In Canton. How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18, so marked.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night.
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what CF McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment since this video was taken?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you're all set.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're all set, Counsel.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? Yes. At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 22.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Meehan, you
Thank you.
And I'll just that coming down.
Is my camera on here?
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
Come on, can I follow me? So, step on up. Face the front, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court is in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Get to stand.
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. And then years later, our kids got involved with sports together, and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together And, just, go over like how it'll be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan.
And how about his niece?
Same.
They both got accepted to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory move?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your two daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
No, just the two girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation? For
Yes,
the
there's
next
an
morning?
expectation. Yes.
And what was that?
That there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car, and we were leaving. We were going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls were in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to C.F. McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
The friend?
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
Okay. It was a normal night?
Seemed to be, yes.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Okay. Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in a backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline.
Did you go
at John's house?
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where did you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls.
Who were the missed phone calls from?
From my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked.
Why did you go to John's house?
Because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
Maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes.
Where are you going?
To my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Ask Madeline and Kaylee if I'd say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car, and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day, yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes.
Many?
There was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Cameron.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes.
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with him, yes.
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
Correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so?
Sounds correct.
And you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often?
Yes.
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
Correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes.
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
They did go to the Cape, yes.
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field.
Correct.
And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
Correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes.
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen?
Yes.
You saw how they got along?
Yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes, I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes.
We will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and he wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. But in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
Yes.
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so?
Yes, I guess if that's the time.
And you saw an affection.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after
Yes.
you'd gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes.
You saw them kiss, right?
Yes.
You saw John put his arm around Karen?
Correct.
And you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace?
Correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes.
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
They did.
That night they were affectionate?
Yes.
Laughing?
Yes.
Happy?
Yes.
Like a normal couple?
Yes.
No arguments?
No.
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
No.
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
No, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not to my... No, I don't know if they were... Well, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know if there's any vulgarities that day?
No.
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I mean, Karen wouldn't let... I mean, they did everything together. A lot of things together, and I thought at times, yeah, you could see, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but...
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Cameron, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right,
I'll
folks,
see
Hal
counsel
here.
at sidebar for just a minute.
Quick sidebar. I know you're all enjoying the multicam coverage. We now have a Karen cam, a Hank cam, Alan Jackson, who's called Mr. Marshmallow cam because he brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And then look, we even have a Bill and Janet Reed cam. So even during sidebar, we have cams. We're a towel multicam extravaganza. You're all little towels. I'm a towel. Also, that was pretty explosive testimony there as to Karen being controlling. She did say she was a controlling person on that interview with the Glarer. If Hank Brennan plays that interview with the Glarer during trial, that'll be the greatest thing I've ever seen. Hank Brennan is also setting Karen Reed up there because Yannetti tried to cross Camerano, and then he was like, did you know if Karen was swearing at John or anything? And now we're going to see texts from all day on the 28th, and we're going to hear that voicemail on the 29th of Karen saying, John, I fucking hate you, you effing pervert. Sorry for cussing. Yep, it's the multicam. I'm the multicam towel. I hope you were all having a wonderful time watching all these different perspectives. There's John O'Keefe's brother, Paul O'Keefe. God bless Paul O'Keefe. That's Tara Kerrigan next to him, it looks like. Truly, God bless the O'Keefe family. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says Jew Drops. Hit the thumbs up, says Angela Wittick. They know Hank is going to play the voicemail. John, I fucking hate you. Absolutely right. No strands. You nailed it. You nailed it. Bring on the text and voicemail, says Linda A. Look at this wall of towels. Angela Wittick says, play it again, Sam. I don't know. Oh, yes, that's a Casablanca reference. I love you, Towel. Great stuff, says Truth Seeker. Oh, Towel loves you all, too. Towel fought his diplomatic... How good is Towel? Towel fought his diplomatic battle, and we won the Karen Cam. The spoils of the victory is the Karen Cam. Towel said that we shall not... It got to the point where I was going to encourage you all to petition the government for redress of grievances. But then they gave us the Towel Cam. We didn't even have to do anything. All we had to do was sit here. And, well, there was a little bit of back channel diplomacy, but we got the Towel Cam. We got the Towel Karen Cam back. And folks were like, where did this idea come from? Well, on Tuesday, if you were watching this channel, Little Towel was hell-bent on getting this Karen Cam, and we set it up, and then Court TV picked it up, Law and Crime picked it up. I'm a trendsetter, Towel. What can I say? Call me Towel the trendsetter. Hold on, Paula and O'Keefe family. Justice is coming. All right, folks, we might be coming back into session. No, maybe not yet. Long sidebar here. Long sidebar. Angela Wittick says, Towel giggles are a gift. Oh, I do my best. I'm just a little Towel. Little multicam coverage Towel. The Janet Reed and Bill Reed cam. Little Towel. Yeah, no, B and Chance. I saw the FKR about celebrating about Carrie Roberts. They totally just misinterpreted. Carrie Roberts thought she was asked, did you hear someone tell you that Karen Reed had asked Jen McCabe Google at 6:23 and 6:24 how long to die in cold? And Carrie Roberts said, yes, someone told me that. Carrie Roberts didn't think she was being asked, did you hear that? But Carrie Roberts was obviously there. But she was not saying I heard it. She was saying I heard someone say that. All right, folks, about 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Here we go. We're about to come back into session. I'm a Towel. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button. Apparently that helps the channel. I don't understand why. God bless you all. I'm a Towel.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to recall Nick Garino.
Okay.
Parliament, please.
Sure, you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in your room.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Garino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Garino, G-U-A-R-I-N-O.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes, so the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep. So in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats: PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data for the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
Okay. So,
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure we have the same.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Content.
Okay.
No objection.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight, for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm good.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. So I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'd move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 24.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can we have just a brief moment, please?
At sidebar?
No.
Just the two of you?
Compare what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're welcome.
Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search or self-record. You match their data to pull up all of their conversations.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. I move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
25.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I have all the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I think this is good evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 26.
Did you do a file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document? Handing you a document.
Yes, this is the text messages between. Yes, this is the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
27.
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what it is?
It's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
It looks like everyone she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 28.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes.
That's fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
29.
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir. I asked you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes.
And that's a report you created?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 30.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Exhibit 39.
So did you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is a text conversation between the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
So did you make that report?
Yes. This is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. And move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 32.
If this is a good time, if Your Honor would permit.
Okay. Jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now, and we'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour. We'll see you then.
Okay, folks, so we're in recess. I'm a towel. I'm coming back with you. Give me 1 second. I'm a towel. My name's GrantSmithEllis. You're all towels. So we're going to hang out just a little bit here. The Karen Cam has returned. Towels multicam coverage is now going in real time. We're all towels. You're a towel. I'm a towel. Some of you are washcloths, flannels, paper towels. To all the new towel friends, Please try to observe our few rules in the towel comments. This is not because I saw any such comments that were violating, but just know, please don't be derogatory, discriminatory, disrespectful, or engage in sea lioning. I'm a towel, and I don't like that kind of thing because I'm a towel. But yes, my name's GrantSmithEllis, as I presciently predicted. For those of you who were listening in the pre-show, Judge Cannoni did indeed allow Hank Brennan, over Alan Jackson's objection, to play the video of Karen Reed mocking John O'Keefe's mom. And per reports on Twitter, per Katie Benoit, jurors were aghast, I tell you, at Karen Reed when that clip played. Now I'm going to try to pull up that report, so give Little Towel 1 second. And then I'm also not going to make you stare at this screen because that should be illegal. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to be a Little Towel. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me. Little Towel. There we go. Now you don't have to watch the fan. I saved you from nauseating fan watching because I'm a towel. All right, so give me 1 second. The multicam is fabulous. Thank you, Grant. Well, thank you, Charlene. I'm thrilled to have you here. Yay, Grant. Grant, were there any emotions or something you went down? Why Karen appears so distressed? I don't think. Well, yeah, she appears so distressed because the jurors reacted extremely negatively to that video. Let's actually take a look. Give Little Towel 1 second. I'm being a Little Towel. I got to find Katie Benoit's Twitter. You got to go down the store and follow Katie Benoit on Twitter. Listen, some of us can pretend like New England accents don't still exist because we don't use them outside the home. But if you don't think I say ma, you're out of your mind. I absolutely say ma, and then I absolutely will say things like I got to go down the park. People will be like, what? One time I used to say error, like printer error. I'd be like, the printer has an error. And the students would be like, what are you saying, Grant? When I worked at a library. Well, I was a student too. But they'd be like, what are you saying? And I'd be like, listen, if you were from around here, you could understand what I say when I say the printer has an error. What do you want me to do? You make an error down Fenway Park, the printer has an error. They'd be like, the printer has an error? Yes. They'd be like, it has an error? No, an error. Okay, so I found Katie Benoit's tweet because I'm a towel. So we can take a look at Katie Benoit's tweet. Give me 1 second. I'm doing my towel thing. All right, so Katie Benoit says, video of Karen Reed in ID documentary was just played. She claims John O'Keefe's mother said it looks like he was hit by a car. Reed says it in a loud tone. Defense didn't want it played. One juror opened their mouth, looking shocked. Oh, my dear God. Oh, my dear God. That is shocking. Now, give a Little Towel. Give a Little Towel a little second. Towel's got to be a Little Towel here. I must take a screenshot of Katie Benoit's post, which I did. Then I must upload the video that played in court with the special towel cam. I don't know if we had the multicam up at that point. I think we just had the Karen cam. The point remains the same, though. I must obtain said video. Then I must take Katie Benoit's tweet. I must render it, and then I must put it as a screenshot above the video. Real interactive video, folks. Real interactive video editing. That's what you get when you watch Little Towel. And as you know, if you're frequent to these streams during breaks and things of that nature, Little Towel often has to do things like upload clips. And then when I upload the clips, I'll be like, okay, Little Towels, I'm going to tell you what's going on. And then Little Towel uploads. Actually, you know what? I think we can make a better clip of what I previously had. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to be a Little Towel. So I close that. And then what I'm going to do is we're not going to watch the fan spinning because that's illegal.
Oh, not to my knowledge.
Hold on. You're going to hear a little volume here because I want to... Was it right before Michael Camerano? No, it was right after the cross, wasn't it? Because Hank Brennan's a methodical genius. He's a towel. He's an honorary towel. You're an honorary towel. I'm a towel. Hold on. Where was the video? Was it right here? Was it right here? It was quick, wasn't it? Yeah, it was right... When did it happen right here? Was this it? No, that wasn't it. That was just us going through the break. You're a towel. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Come on now. Come on. Was it when we came back? Hold on. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it because I'm a towel. Oh, it won't have the Karen cam, though. So actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave the... I'm going to use the video I already have. Give a Little Towel a second. Give a Little Towel a second. Little Towel must obtain this important video. I have it here somewhere. Because I'm a towel. Was it in the middle of the day? There it is. I'm a towel. All right, I'm uploading it. Give me a second. Things might get a little wonky for a second, but that's okay. It's only a small file. I'd give it like, 20 more seconds. There we go. It's done. Okay. Now you're going to hear something play. Maybe you won't. Hold on. I'm going to make it play.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me,
Oh, I see what happened. I recorded it in 2 clips. All right, bear with Little Towel. Part of doing real-time editing, by the way, is sometimes realizing you clip things in 2 parts and then you have to go back and combine them. But that's all right, because I'm able to do that for you all right now. You're going to hear a little bit more volume playing, but that's okay, because if you were wondering if that clip of Karen mocking John's mom was not only going to come in but be devastating, it was indeed both of those things. And we're on break for a little bit longer anyway, so we can do some real-time video editing. All right, so I'm going to add part 2.
Mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
What we have to do, give me 1 second. I have to play the end of the first clip and then sync it with the second clip.
Mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, Mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me.
Okay, now watch this. So I did some editing very quickly there. This is literally, you're not seeing it, but in the background I'm doing real-time editing. Listen to how this flows now.
His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car.
Hold on.
Over the kitchen island and says to me,
I have to do one more thing.
and says to me,
watch this. Ready? So let me just take that small little snip. Now, how about this for continuity between videos?
and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
Nailed it. All right, now watch what I'm going to do here. So I have my 2 videos. I'm going to shrink them to equal size. So I'm going to shrink them and center them. And then I'm going to, once they're of equal size, I want them, so that one's a little bit larger. All right, and then I'm going to center it. I'm going to take Katie Benoit's tweet, which was truly excellent. I don't know if you all just heard me read it. So I'm going to grab Katie Benoit's tweet, which is a screenshot. You're not actually seeing me do this, but I'm taking you through the process of how to, if you ever need to learn how to do these things. So I go grab Katie Benoit's screenshot, which is going to take a little bit of time because I have so many files. Come on now. Come on, little towel computer. I believe in you. We all believe in you, towel computer. You have so many fans supporting you. You did it! All right, so we grab Katie Benoit's tweet. Now, we really want the Katie Benoit tweet to be prominent. So what we have to do is we have to shrink the Karen video to kind of hide underneath the Katie Benoit tweet. So we center the Katie Benoit tweet. We remove the extraneous lines from the side. We make the Karen video a little bit bigger. We center it under that. We copy and paste the Katie Benoit tweet. And the reason we do that is we're going to use that to frame the second video because it won't look like there's continuity between the videos unless they're the exact same size and Katie Benoit's tweet is the exact same size. Okay, so here we go. Now I've generated that tweet. I'm going to download that. Let me see. Is this of Karen? Oh, so it doesn't actually show the video, but it shows the docuseries. Good enough. You'll see what I mean. The preview image when it loads up on Twitter will not actually show Karen's face mocking John's mom, but it will show the docuseries. But anyway, so there we go. We don't have the multicam up for when that clip was created, but I just took you through the process of how to report on something like that. And then as soon as I get this downloaded and published, I'll bring it up on the screen and show you the report of the juror, having reportedly, as I just mentioned, said that a report from Katie Benoit of NBC 10 that a juror literally was aghast when that clip played. Oh, goodness, friends, it's quite a day, and we got the Karen Reed trial multicam, we got the Hank cam, we got the David Yannetti and Alan Jackson cam, who we call Mr. Marshmallow Man. We have the Karen Reed cam. We have the Bill and Janet Reed cam. This is the most unique perspective on a criminal trial I've ever seen before in my life. So all you towel friends have said that report is a very bad thing for Karen. 97% yes, double yes, or triple yes, 3% no. So there you go. It's Karen Reed is not in a very good place, towel friends. Karen Reed is not in a very good place. Now, you folks, of course, will be the first people in the world to see when we are back in session. And do you know how I do know that? Well, because I'm a towel. But also because, where's our little, hold on one second. Where is it now? I thought it was showing. Is it no longer showing? I can bring up a little screen for you all that should, I believe, help us together get a little bit of a heads up before the court comes back into session. Okay, there we go. I'm a towel. And as soon as you see that shift over to the Karen cam, well, let me just say, little towels, that'll be our sign that it is time to go back into session. It should be in the next 15 or so to 20 minutes. And for now, we'll spend some time together. I'm waiting for this file to generate that I just took you all through. It has generated. Now you get to do something else with towel that's even more fun, because I'm a towel. Okay, can I have my file, please? Is it downloaded? It's downloaded. All right. I'm a little towel. All right, let's do it. So now I'm going to write up this post with you all. And then we are going to give credit to Katie Benoit. So we'll give her, what we'll do is we'll go to Katie Benoit's post. This is what you do when you have a somewhat moderate X platform. One, you got a microphone stand so you don't have to type like this. And two, but you know, we're a simple group of towels. You grab Katie Benoit's tweet and you say, just in. Per reporter Katie, let's say venerated. Per venerated reporter Katie, she gets the label of venerated, Benoit. When the following clip of murder defendant Karen Reed mocking the mother of deceased Boston police officer John O'Keefe, when the following clip played in the courtroom, jurors were left mouth open and aghast. The world famous Karen Cam is also back. That is how you write something like that up, towel friends. You got to give attribution to your wonderful towel friends who do the work, and then you got to come through with the Karen Cam clip attached to the video of Karen mocking John's mom, attached to Katie Benoit's tweet. That is how you effectively amalgamate information into a single cohesive package and then deliver it to the world within 240 characters. How do these things happen, folks? How does Little Towel so effectively do these things? I don't know. I don't understand it. It just happens. I'm a conduit. I'm here to serve humanity in some way, shape, or form, I suppose, and smoke lots of cigars. Those two things combined together and this energy drink make me an effective towel. All right, so now here's what's the most interesting metaphysical part of all this. I have that posted. You all can go over to the Twitter right now if you want to look at it. I have to do one more thing before we actually view it on stream, though, which is I must go over to another page that I want to share this on, and I must take the same exact statement that we just posted up on Twitter, and you can see this clip now with Katie Benoit's reporting. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that same exact information. I'm going to take that small video that I rendered, and I'm going to upload it there too. And then the nicest thing is when you render these videos down from their original form, you can actually reduce their total size, which makes it a lot easier to upload them. When you have to upload multiple large files at once, it is very annoying, as all of the towel friends experienced the other day. Even though I want to clip some of this stuff and get it out in real time, it is an exercise to clip, oh God, I don't even know how to explain, 40 minutes of footage and then get it into a consumable format and then upload it. It's just such a rapid amount of data transfer coupled with the stream going. It is a lot. Towel's computer does a lot. We should be proud of Towel's computer. All right, so I got that video posted as well, and then the only thing we have to do is take a look at this video ourselves. There we go. All right, and now I will Come on now. We've got towel friends waiting. The fact that the world famous Karen cam is now a thing is it became like a meme within 12 to 24 hours, the Karen cam. And it was all because I was like, oh yeah, let's just use this extra stream in case something happens when the pool feed cuts. And on Tuesday, the pool feed cut. So we caught not only the special Rule 14 hearing about ARCA, so all of us knew that was coming before almost anyone else. But now when the Karen cam took hold in the national media, someone tried to stop it, but it has returned with a vengeance. The Karen cam has been vindicated. The diplomatic efforts succeeded. We have the Karen cam. Oh, congratulations to Angela Whittick. Your grandson is graduating from the Navy boot camp. Congratulations and God bless and best wishes to your grandson for his life and career of service to the United States of America. There is nothing more noble and honorable than finding a way to serve one's country. Yes, ask not what you can do, ask not what the fabric of the towel universe and country can do for you, but ask what you can do to stitch together slightly more authentically and in a benevolent spirit the fabric of the towel universe. For, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing quite as noble as stitching together the fabric of the towel universe in a selfless manner. That said, my name's GrantSmithEllis. It's coming up on 10:45 a.m. Eastern. We should be back into session for the Karen Reed trial any minute now. We, of course, on this feed have special towel multicam coverage. We have the Karen Reed cam, the David Yannetti cam, the Janet and Bill Reed cam. We have all sorts of cams. So you can get every perspective possible. It's better than being in the courtroom because the people in the courtroom can't look at Karen's face because they're behind her. So we all, other than the jurors, we have a perspective akin to the jurors. We have the best possible perspective. And I will tell you, folks, it is a big deal. It is a big deal. It is a unique way to watch a trial. And the Karen cam has returned. No new motions, by the way, up on the docket. For those who asked about that. Oh, God bless. Someone sent a donation. I didn't even do a donation read today or say anything about that. I'm sorry if you all were asking in the comments. God bless you for that. That means so much to Little Towel. When we get back from break, what I'm going to do is, in the hour and a half or 2 hour window between when we get back from break, and I don't know what's going to go on at that point, but getting back from break and then the 1 hour luncheon, I'm going to go out and get my lunch early so that when I come back and we end for our 1 hour lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern, I can talk with you through the lunch. And also, I think a lot of people have asked if they can come on and talk. I don't really know how we're going to do this. I mean, I actually do know how we can do it. We have to think about this, though. So I don't know how to really decide. Okay, there's just too many of you, and I couldn't even process all of your applications to do openings because there were just so many of them, and plus there's a family crisis going on, so I had to prioritize. But I do want to start talking to some of you. I don't know how we're going to do this or what we're going to do, but we'll figure it out. Maybe we can do one during lunch today. How about this? If you have the ability to send me a DM on Twitter and you feel that you could engage in a substantive review of things like MRE 401, 403, the clip that was played, why it wasn't played yesterday compared to why it was played today, the distance in time between Miss O'Keefe's testimony and when the clip was played, and how that played into the prejudicial analysis under 403, balancing against the probative, admissible, and relevant character of the evidence otherwise. You want to, in particular, talk about the hearsay exception and a statement by a party opponent, in this case, Miss Reed, etc. If you feel you can, do that, let's do it. But it's not that I don't want to have a lay discussion, but if you want to talk more in a lay manner, that's fine, but you have to tell me that, because I think what I want to focus on is mostly hyper-technical juridical explications. And so to do that, you have to both understand the way the rules of evidence function, the relevant case law, and the evidence and the facts. So that's what I think I want to start with. So I'm not going to, just gratuitously, but yes. Oh, and thank you all for congratulating Angela. I'm sorry I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Absolutely. God bless you, Angela. Look at all these towel friends congratulating your grandson. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Someone said, Grant, B and Chan says, everyone was jealous of the Karen cam. Listen, Towel knows what he's doing. Towel's on the ball. The national media follows Towel. Towel is the media. You all are the media. Kelly Patton says, Angela, congratulations and prayers for this amazing achievement for a blessed future. That I think we can all agree with as to Angela's grandson. Look at Angela's grandson, probably doesn't realize the energy coming their way right now. They're like, why are all these hundreds of people suddenly wishing me well energetically? Well, your grandmother is very nice to you, Angela Whittick's grandson. Dewdrop says, Grant, we love the way you got all the mug shots in court. Modelo Macy says, towels can learn law. Listen, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a lay towel, and none of this is legal advice, and you should get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Towels are for reinforcing and reinvigorating the world's belief in unconditional love as a paradigm-shifting manifestation of expanding, demonstrating, and preserving a new soft power ethic. But that said, I absolutely am happy to do the legal discussions. Yes, from a lay perspective. FBI, DOJ, I really like your perspectives and contributions, but the thing about the Jewish mafia, I'm a little bit confused. I mean, yes, Murder Inc. was a thing, and there totally was a Jewish mafia, but I'm a little bit confused as to your name. And if I make you an honorary towel, I feel like it would be me condoning you saying that, and since I'm very confused by what you're trying to get across, that's the only reason you're not an honorary towel. Now, you are entitled to your views. Personally, I come from a Jewish family. My last name is Ellis, actually, because I think it was my father's great-grandparents, might have been his grandparents. I think it was his great-grandparents, maybe his grandparents, actually. They had to escape pogroms, the Russian pogroms when the Russians took over Lithuania in the 1800s. And so they legally immigrated to America. When they got to America, the authorities couldn't pronounce their last name, and so they became Ellis. So, I mean, I don't really know what you're going for there, but I also am not going to deny that in the 1930s there was a Jewish mafia, okay? Murder Inc. was totally a thing. In fact, if you look at, like, Bugsy Siegel's assassination and Lucky Luciano and the establishment of Vegas, the Jewish mob played a big role, I think, in really the rise of organized crime, especially in Vegas in the 30s and 40s. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. I think you're talking about something else, so. You should hear my story about corrupt NY judges and real estate vultures. Oh, I see. Okay, well, listen, it may well be true that there was some corruption involving Jewish people, but I still think that it's a little, I'm not telling, like, you can be entitled to your views. I just think personally that comes across as a little bit like, you think all Jewish people are involved in that kind of thing, and obviously that's not true. So that's my only input. I'm sure something terrible happened. I will listen to you. I just don't think it happened because of all Jewish people. Do you still want Hank to bring it, Karen, says Crime Cricket. Yeah, I don't think Karen wants Hank to bring it anymore. Hank has a plethora of videos to select from that show the true Karen Reed. Yes, I agree. What was the end of that? Sorry. Can't wait to see what else he uses against her. B and Chance says, Grant, the Jewish mafia was big in the Bronx back in the day. Oh, yes, I am talking about Murder Inc. I promise you I know exactly what you're referring to. I want to say Murder Inc. was Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Bugsy Siegel. They were Anastasia. They were, I mean, they did Murder Inc., my word, like, they were contracted hitmen for the commission and stuff like that. They definitely ran the game, and then obviously they even started taking out their own, because when Bugsy Siegel went rogue, he got taken out by an M4 Grand or something. Like, they had a sharpshooter, like, he was in the military too, so I think it was a message. But they went to LA, they waited for him, he was in a mansion inside, he thought he was safe. I think it was his girlfriend's mansion. By the way, she was in Europe at the time, which means she was probably in on the hit. But anyway, they took him out with an M1 Grand. Like, that's a ruthless life. I would never want to be involved in that. Someone was mentioning the Russian mafia. Yeah, I think all mafias are very intense. There's lots of different ones. They all operate. We, as a government, I think, as a society, we try to control them. But, you know, they operate in an organized fashion and they parallel government structures, and the government uses a lot of those operations in order to influence other nations. Organized crime, if you are a government and you want to influence other governments, organized crime is the way to go, folks. I mean, please, you can look into, what was it? Operation Northwoods in 1962, which was some executive orders that were drafted up and proposed for JFK. Like, organized crime is like just another arm of the state in a lot of ways. And then obviously, so when you're talking like Russian organized crime, you're talking just an arm of the Russian state. When you're talking American organized crime, in some sense, you're talking an arm of the American state. Well, this is kind of the information you get when we go on tangents. Has there ever been a towel mafia? No, no towel mafia is allowed. We are not forming a towel mafia. You all can support towels, but even if we had a towel industry and we produce towels, it doesn't need to be a mafia. It's a legal commodity. It's a towel. Oh, no. What have we done? You all cannot form a mafia around towels. I don't even think they're effective weapons. It's just a towel. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. What have you all gotten into here? This is what happens when you ask these kind of questions. We end up with stories about how Bugsy Siegel was murdered by the Murder Inc. for turning on them and siphoning profits from Vegas. Listen, somebody asked a question about it, or I guess it wasn't a question, I just started pontificating. Well, we keep things entertaining during the breaks here. Other networks talk about legal analysis, and we do history analyses that somehow come full circle, and you all have decided to form a towel mafia. But again, I want to reiterate, you don't need to form a mafia to sell a legal commodity. We can just form like this whole industry. I already have this plan. I'm going to send Sema down to Latin America. Okay, she's a very religious person, so she'll be able to speak with the local populations. We're going to have to teach her Spanish, but entiendo español también, y si necesito poder, claro que poder aprender, Sema, todas las palabras en español. Es un idioma muy interesante para tal. See? You know what I mean? So my plan is, we're going to send Sema down to Latin America. She, in line with international treaties, and I think we're going to form as a B corporation so the shareholders have no expectation of profit and we can preempt any of their attempts to make us be profit driven. We're going to send Sema down to Latin America under the auspices of a B corporation. Then, in line with a bunch of model economic treaties, we're going to engage in stakeholder consultation with the local tribes and the local landowners, okay, and the government. Then we're going to propose an economic redevelopment plan based solely on producing raw material to create a textile production mill to therein source towels, okay? And then we will have an entire towel sustainable production line based in Latin America that bridges the gap between the Latin American population and the American population out of a love for towels, that will be sustainable, that will be in line with existing intergovernmental treaties that hopefully are in line with the 10th Amendment and incorporated into domestic law. But we're not getting into that. And then also are in line with these ideals of consultative stakeholder engagement along with economic redevelopment in the Latin American country. Just think about it. We will use towels to reinvigorate economic partnerships, reduce hostilities, and give back to local populations. And it will all be centered around towels. And then I'll just go around and be like, listen. It may seem like this is absurd, but this is actually how you benevolently implement industrial production in order to give back. It's not communism, it's subsidies. Listen, I think we figured it out. This bridges partisan gaps. Oh, hi, Jackie. There's a lot of honorary towels here. You can be an honorary towel too. Why not? It's a blue wall of towels. Good to see you, Nancy from the 508. I saw you became an honorary towel earlier. Yes, this is well. See, this is what I'm saying. We already have a worldwide network of towels. I clearly speak fluent Spanish. I speak some other languages too. Now that I think about it, I think this is why the government has tried so hard to recruit me. I don't really have any like connections. I'm like to the temporal world. I speak a bunch of different languages. I'm clearly a bit of an intellectual kind of mercenary. But I'm not going to do that. I have plans. I'm going to become a towel industrialist. Industrialists have more influence over the government than kind of like operatives. So I will become a towel industrialist, and on the strength of my towel empire, I will facilitate benevolent soft power reform in the world based on an ethos of unconditional love. All right? I've thought this through extensively. Now, the only part about this that I really haven't fully thought through is how we are going to get SEMA to Latin America. Now, I'm also a little bit worried. Listen, I am a little bit worried about just setting SEMA loose in Latin America. I know that she'll go down there with good intentions, but if we just gave her a bunch of money and told her to negotiate industrial production treaties, I am very, very concerned. Now, listen, I think she'd build some churches. So that part I'm not against. Like, if you want to encourage faith, I don't want her to proselytize or, like, do an inquisition. SEMA, if you go to Latin America, you may not do an inquisition, okay? You can build churches, but that is the extent of it. But listen, my point with this is, if we're going to send her down there, I'm a little bit worried about just unleashing her on this population. I think we have to, like, say, okay, you're going to go, you may purchase, like, 7,000 hectares. That might be a little much. All right. You see where I'm going, though. The point is, we send her down there. She establishes a towel production facility. Things could go, I'm a little bit worried she's going to, like, take over the country, but we'll keep her relatively in line. We'll figure out some kind of deal with the military where we give her bodyguards, but really they're like just watching her. I'll deal with that later. The point is, though, we absolutely can pull this off. We can build a towel industry, and we can sustain. We can create sustainable production. What this has to do with the Jewish mob and the 1930s, I'm not really sure. What this has to do with this morning's trial, I'm not really sure. It's kind of like Alan Jackson talking about Chewbacca. Okay, we're back into session. I'll see you all at lunchtime.
All right.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Could I see counsel for a minute regarding scheduling, please?
Oh, wait a minute. I guess we're going to do some scheduling. I'm a towel. I'm still here, towel friends. As you all sit and wait for the scheduling to be dealt with, I shall sit here and I will be a towel. I actually have to do some slight... Oh, we don't have the Karen cam right now. Hold on, friends. Hold on. I can't control the Karen cam. I am just a towel. Sometimes the Karen cam is there, sometimes it's not. There's a towel cam, but we don't need the towel. Nobody wants the towel cam. It's Thursday, right? I don't think we do a half day today. I think we do a half day tomorrow. I thought, oh, you know what it is? I think it is that Judge Cannoni was originally going to do a full day on Thursday if we had to skip Friday. But then we might be actually on a half day on Thursday if we don't have to skip Friday. Because remember, tomorrow was supposed to be about the voir dire initially, but tomorrow is going to be something different now. And instead, that means today might be a half day. I don't know, towel friends. I'm a towel. That's why we're here. That's why we're watching these things. We sit, we wait, we patiently, we methodically analyze. And then we talk about creating large industrial-sized, sustainable, respectful, international cooperative development based on towels and the fibers and raw materials needed to create those towels. Now listen. I'm not 100% sure that that's going to work out, okay? But I do think that if we send Sema down to Latin America and teach her Spanish, we can really go somewhere with this. And I think a lot of you are on board. I'm not sure what we're going to do with all these towels, though. Like, you only need a few towels each. Are you all just going to have a whole room in your house with towels? I don't. We're going to have to expand this movement beyond the people that watch this stream. I don't think you all are going to be able to sustain industrial international levels of towel production based on your ravenous, although it is very appreciated, support for towel. Truly, God bless you all. I appreciate how much you love towels. I just don't really know if we can go in. We have to think about what country we're going to go into as well. let's see, Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, MGEH, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, MGEH, NCP. Okay, so that's like Central America. Latin America, I feel like we could go into Argentina. I think Venezuela might be rocky. Okay, the jury's coming back. Here we go, friends. You might see the fan for a second. Come on, Karen Cam. Give us the Karen Cam. The world wants the Karen Cam. God bless us all. Just click the button. Make it happen. Towel is willing the Karen Cam. It's not happening. Come on, Karen Cam. Give us the Karen Cam. The world wants the Karen Cam. Towel friends, I will sit here. I will protest. Okay, oh no, I know what it is, towel friends. We have to wait until the jurors enter. Hold on, we might get the towel cam. We might get the Karen cam. Come on. Do a solid for us. These are tense moments. Will we get the towel? Will we get the Karen cam? I know this is the astute, informed legal analysis you come to this channel for. It's everything you wanted and more. Industrial towel production and Karen cams. We got the Karen cam! God bless America. I know you are all thrilled. Towel is thrilled. Everyone is thrilled. The Karen cam has returned. Hold on, I selected the wrong button. I'm a towel.
Goes back to section 8ABC.
We have it! We have the Karen
All right,
cam!
Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Just a few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
Your Honor, I'd ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay.
Exhibit A, identification.
Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'd ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right.
Exhibit B for identification.
Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yeah, so I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29, 2022.
Yes. It also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and at the beginning there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Exhibit 33.
With court permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if we have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Madam? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspell things or state things. Start time, all right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right, this is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This was sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I am trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:21:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. It's true, I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay, 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later, 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure, 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, no, it's cut off here, sir.
Yeah. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the, so,
Would it be helpful if I take it out of the binder for you?
I believe it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
At your leisure.
Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered. At 1:00, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John, and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call, to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. And John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore, 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct, 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world, 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji, 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me, 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. the defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm not answering, stop calling, 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:34:54 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, Kaylee is right here, 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, you start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get, whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one. 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home. 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant, John O'Keefe, okay. 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really? Emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji. 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out. 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago. 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill. 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB? 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where. 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them. 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by, 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah. Where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere, 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know, 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this, 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving, Kay is with Mad Cam, 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then, 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans, 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet, 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's, 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield, 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave, still waiting on McKinney's, 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look, 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off, 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot, 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road, 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up, 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight? 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my new shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming? 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji. 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael. 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong/will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. O'Keefe, still here with an emoji, PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana, 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m., 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road, 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense, can't drive, 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't, 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday, 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday, 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there, 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'd to know I can take a hot shower here if I need to, 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday, 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it, 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now, 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere, 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m., 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave, 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure, 8:35:34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
Are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, I'd ask us to release Trooper Garino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, subject to prevent.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar?
We'll have a little
Okay.
exhibit, Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Exhibit 34. Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count summers. The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and now led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how rough?
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Jurors, there was some confusion with counsel regarding witnesses. So those are the witnesses for today, so we're done for today. Counsel assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on track. We're on schedule, not going for the rest of the day, won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like I can't tell with all the curtains here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable clothes. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a holiday.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Jury is exited the courtroom.
All right. Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you want to address whether experts should be present?
If I can address it tomorrow morning, I can consider.
All right. We'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All right.
We can have that discussion and so that we can present it tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I'd just like to know who's coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to. Thank you.
Okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All right.
I gotcha.
I'm a towel. Hello. It's GrantSmithEllis. I'm sorry it took me so long, friends. I'm back. Did you rush home, towel? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Now back with you. Got to catch my breath. You all just saw the moment there. And that was it. We didn't get any volume, unfortunately. However, what I do want to go back and watch, and we're actually going to do this in an interesting way. That was quite a day in court, folks. I want to go back, and at this point I want to actually show you those clips that we saw of Karen, the never-before-aired clips. Folks are like, Towel, dude, running around like a madman. Yes, and Towel didn't even get to eat. Towel was running around like a madman, and he barely made it home. But he did it literally as the walk and talk ended. I made it home. I'm a towel. Okay, so now let us take a look at what I want to see here. And I actually want to watch my video from earlier because I had the Karen multicam. And we are going to watch. YouTube is going to be so confused. We are going to watch that video of Karen and those exclusive clips from the documentary in court. So give that a second to load up, and I'm so glad I made it back with you just in time, because I'm a towel, and you're all towels. I am going to go to lunch as soon as we watch these clips, and I'll take the afternoon to get things together, relax a little bit. But what I want to do first is I want to pull back this stream here, so bear with me. It's actually my own feed. We're not going to watch me talking right now. We're going to go back on the... I see myself. Hey, that's me. I'm a towel. Hi, towel. Oh, this is very recursive. All right. Hold on. We got to get to that specific moment. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? It was about 40 minutes ago. A little bit less, 30 minutes ago. Even less, 27 minutes ago. All right, here we go. So we're going to start with the first clip involving Gretchen. And I will bring this up on your screen for you now.
8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th.
And maybe I think you all towel friends are going to get in the clip because I'm going to put the chat up as well, I think. Maybe not. It depends on if we need the zoom in. Give it 1 second. There we go. I'm a towel. Okay, here we go. So give me 1 second. We're going to jump forward to the clips we need.
3:52 p.m. Nobody is going to...
I'd ask, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the Gretchen.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Was it like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes?
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic it tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down, and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive, and did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. Put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting of, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Reed's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Reed did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Reed. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience. All right, towel friends, I'm back with you now. That was quite a moment. That was quite a moment. Just quite a moment for the history books. Quite a moment to be a little towel. And if you've been on these streams before, you know only one thing is coming now, and that means we get to spend some time together writing up this clip. What a world, folks. What a world. So, I think we'll start with the clip after the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial has taken the worst possible turn for the defense. After jurors were left aghast at Karen mocking John's mother, prosecutor Hank Brennan just played never before seen clips of Karen admitting she should not have been driving drunk when she hit John. The morning she crashed into John with her car on 1/29/2022. I think we're going to just go with 1/29/2022. After has taken a horrifying turn. A horrifying turn for the defense. Yes, is that perfect? That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so I had the post is the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial has taken a horrifying turn for the defense. After jurors were left aghast at Karen mocking John's mother, prosecutor Hank Brennan just played never before seen clips of Karen admitting she should not have been driving drunk on 1/29/2022. Yes, that's it. I did it. That's what I want. Folks, you just saw it in real time. Also, someone asked me to read the second element of the charge. Karen is charged with OUI, it's OUI manslaughter. Someone wanted me to read the elements of it. I'll do it for you now. Hold on one second, little towels. Elements of OUI manslaughter, Massachusetts. Of OUI manslaughter, Massachusetts. The answer is, you ready for this? Who asked the question? I think it was Dixie Doodles. Here are the elements. Let's see. You need to be operating under, in order to convict for OUI manslaughter, they need to approve the elements under 90 Mass Appeals Court. Okay. Let's see. One of them is operating under the influence. That means operating of a motor vehicle on a public way while under the influence of alcohol. The blood test makes that very hard for Karen to get out of. Then the prosecution has to prove that Karen caused the death of another person, that she intended the conduct that caused the death, that she knew she shouldn't have been driving, and that her conduct was reckless. Wow. So there you go. And it's a minimum of 5 years and up to 20 in prison, and a fine of up to $25,000 for that. That I didn't have anything for lunch. I haven't eaten yet. Towel is very, very hungry. But I want to edit my post to have it say, this, I want to have the ending say, this single admission nearly guarantees Karen, oh, no, that's not what I want. Get out of here. Guarantees Karen convicted, nearly guarantees Karen just convicted herself on at least one count related to the drunk driving induced death, allegedly, of John O'Keefe at Karen Reed's vengeful, controlling, and jealous hands. All right, that's how I wrote it up, folks. Those videos were also the last thing jurors saw before the end of Thursday's half day of evidence. We're going on a view tomorrow, folks. We're going on a view. Tomorrow, Friday, there will be a half day, and then jurors will go on a view to Fairview Road, much like the first trial. Okay. Then I have one more thing I need to get into this. Those video. Oh yeah, I want to get the clip. I want to get this stuff about ARCA. Then, hold on. Fairview Road. No, that's not how you spell Fairview, Grant. It is F-A-R-I, Fairview Road. Then, on Monday at noon, the Bombshell Rule 14 reciprocal discovery hearing related to Reed's experts from ARCA will take place. Reed, due to 105 deleted text messages that her lawyers may be trying to hide from Judge Cannoni and Hank Brennan, could indeed lose ARCA from her witness list as punishment for that Rule 14 violation and multiple willful material misrepresentations by Reed's lawyers to Judge Cannoni. There we go. That was pretty good. I think that came out all right. I'm a towel. You're a towel. We're all towels. Now, give me 1 second here while I get caught up on my full post. I have to let it go through with the misrepresentations. That was spelled incorrectly. Willful was spelled incorrectly. Everything else looks good. All right, so now I'm going to wait for this to finish uploading. It's only at 44%. Once it gets to, I don't know, about 50%, I'll come back in, check in on your towel questions. We certainly saw a lot today, friends. That was bombshell after bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. And then we saw the text messages between Karen as well and John O'Keefe, and the in-depth text messages of where Karen was tormenting John about a plumber. Because John's father, of course, was a plumber, so Karen was definitely trying to bait John there. Just sad moments, heartbreaking moments. But Karen's own words, folks, that's the headline of the day. Karen's own words just devastated her, and Hank Brennan didn't play one of the clips or two of the clips, and he didn't play them disparately. He played 4 or 5 back to back to back to back, showing not only, I have to say that as well. These videos, which also included, hold on a second, I'm going to get it, which also included never before heard audio of Karen's interview with Gretchen Voss, where the last thing jurors heard before the clips in turn not only showed Karen admitting to her state of intoxication while driving, but at the same time, they also showed Karen admitting to having up to 9 drinks over just 3 or so hours on the evening of 1/28/2022 and the early morning of 1/29/2022. Oh my goodness, folks. That was an just ungodly bad series of events for Karen Reed. on the evening and the early morning of. So I think you actually spell out 9 drinks over just 3 or so hours. Okay, tomorrow, after jurors have some time to digest that devastating confession from Karen, there will be a half day, and then a half day of evidence, of testimony, and then jurors will go on a view to Fairview Road. Let me see. Here we go. What else did Karen say about her drinking? She admitted to having 9 drinks. The videos are just absolutely devastating. I was going to talk about. Oh yes. Karen Reed herself said that 400 hours of interview footage with a new HBO Max /ID Discovery project was, quote, her testimony. I think Miss Reed has now found that testimony is only going to come back to haunt her. Many have speculated that Reed never expected to face a retrial and thus gave these damning interviews as some kind of ill-advised preemptive victory tour. How's that? You're here. You guys are here as I'm like, you towel friends are here as I'm like writing up my stories. I feel like we're all learning. We're all learning how to be towels. Now you all can be like, oh, okay, that's how Grant does his stories. I can somewhat see. But then I'm also worried. I'm not worried, but I'm like, are they like, oh wow, that is a brain right there. He's not researching this. He's just saying what he thinks about things and writing it cohesively. That's concerning. It should be concerning. I'm a towel. Hold on. I want to end this actually with one more thing here. Oh no. I really need to fix my microphone stand. All right, here we go. So I'm going to say, join me each and every day for special towel multicam coverage live via X and via youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. All towels and towel friends, welcome. I think that's a great way. I think that is just a great way to end the post. Join me each and every day for special towel multicam coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial live via X and also via youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. All towels and towel friends, welcome. The towel universe is welcoming, is expansive, manifold, and exceptionally friendly. We even celebrated one towel friend's grandson joining a branch of the armed service. God bless you, little honorable towel. Do go out and serve your country nobly and in line with your grandmother's vision for a better America. How's that? There you go, Angela Whittick. Your little towel grandson got a shout out in the write up there at the end. We even celebrated one towel friend's grandson. We have to tag Angela Whittick. Is Angela Whittick with us? Can you remind me what branch of the military your son went into? I know Angela Whittick has a... There we go. Oh, is there... Yeah, there we go. Joining a branch of the... yes, Angela Whittick, can you tell me what branch of the military your grandson joined? I said a branch of the armed services. I think it was the Navy. No, might have been the Air Force. But see what I mean? There's so many branches of the military. Let's see. Maybe Angela already told us. Oh, I appreciate all you little towels, too. Francis Fertel says, Grant rules this case. Thank you, kind sir. Oh, I do everything I can. Hold on. No, there's sound. I just checked my microphone. My microphone levels are working. There might not be any sound from the video clip, but there's sound from me. Don't worry. Navy, thank you so much. The person who told me join the Navy. Grandson joining the Navy. All right. God bless you, little honorable towel. Do go out and serve your country nobly and in line with your grandmother's vision for a better America. There you go. I'm very honored to be able to honor Angela Whittick's. I think it was actually a graduation from Navy boot camp, which means that's actually the same as joining the Navy. Actually, let's go with joining the Navy. I think I guess it's formally graduating from boot camp, but let's go with joining the Navy. All right, but yes, you all just heard me write up that post. I'm keeping an eye just to see if we get any more comments that come in. Obviously, if you watch these towel streams, you know part of what this means is that we have to write up these articles from time to time. Yes, so I'm going to post this now. I think I'm good with how I have it written up. On Monday, 4/28/25 at noon Eastern, the Bombshell rule for, okay. Let's see. God bless America. Indeed, Angela Whittick. You got a special tag in the towel post, and it should be up now. Enjoy, Angela Whittick. I think it was wonderful to be able to highlight your grandson in my overview of today's Karen Reed case. It's a great little interesting idiosyncrasy of our towel streams that all the towel friends demonstrate such camaraderie with each other that when things like that happen, it makes it into the write-up of the day's events during the trial. So God bless you, Angela Whittick, and may God watch over your grandson as he nobly goes and serves our country in the Navy. Okay, now let's see if we have any other questions. Let's see. Sunken Grave says, I'm a happy little soap dispenser. Be sure to always wash your hands, boys and girls, then dry them off with a wonderful soft towel. There you go, friends. I feel like now we have hygiene advice. People should be washing their hands, drying them off with towels. The towel universe truly is expansive. Bean Chance says the video, this was the best day so far of the trial. I think it really did crescendo. If Hank Brennan, I think he did know this was a half day. That man had to have that teed up. He knew we were going to come back from break, read the text with Guarino, lay it right into the video of Karen talking about her getting drunk. The jury's wondering what's coming next. What are we going to see tomorrow? She was hammered. What did they do at the bar? They were fighting before. Were they fighting after the bar? Were they putting on a show? You may know of people who do what's called putting on airs, keeping up appearances in public. Was John going to fake being lovey with Karen even though they were fighting? Did Karen and John continue the fight that morning? What happened after Karen got hammered off those 9 drinks in 3 hours? Do you see what Hank Brennan did? If your mind's a juror, what are you going home thinking about right now? Your mind is just flying through all that evidence that just got presented to you very quickly and in a very short amount of time. And to me, it says only one thing. If you're a little towel, it says, oh my word, oh my word. She was drunk. She was angry at him. She was controlling. She was possessive. She was jealous. And she got drunk and she admitted to driving and she killed him. We're 3 days in. She's screwed. Every single juror, they're on the bus driving home right now. They're going to get to their cars, go home. What do you think is in their mind the whole time? That woman is a drunk who was angry and just admitted to us that she was drunk driving. And she can't even explain the statement. She's so screwed. This was simply unbelievable. Karen said she expected to be acquitted before those interviews aired. She's such a psycho. She wanted to hurt John's loved one, and she killed him. Yeah, Karen was a possessive, tormenting, in my opinion, tormenting individual who was just going after John because John was ending the relationship and Karen felt she was losing control. So she was using proximity and all the emotional tactics she could, saying she had medical issues, whatever, as a way to keep John around, even though all she was really doing was keeping him around because she, quote, couldn't have him. That's a dangerous form of possession, my dear friends. A text bombing drunk before she got to the bar. That's right, Dixie Doodles. She was very possessive, and then it only got worse and worse. Yeah, exactly. The defense spent so much time on these nonsensical, combative, strange crosses that when shit hit the fan related to these videos, they were left high and dry. They didn't prepare for this. Their whole argument is not able to address this. The defense is in a bad position. We are 3 days in. 3 days in. Can I be, Murder Bar Maestro says, can I be what kind of hand dryer? A Dyson hand dryer. It is basically a high-tech towel. Yes, but you have to put HEPA filters on the Dyson hand dryer. Did anyone ever teach her to keep her mouth shut? Still can't believe the attorneys condoned it. Yeah, I think Alan Jackson even sold the rights or something. It was a money grab. And this is the price you pay, Karen. I don't know how much money you got for it, but there isn't enough drugs in the world to keep Karen's face from eventually betraying some kind of concern about this. My word, that was Bombshell. And then let me just say this as well. We got the Karen cam back. We don't just have the Karen cam. We have the Hank Brennan cam. We have the Alan Jackson cam. We have the David Yannetti cam. We have the Janet and Bill Reed cam. Folks, we won the battle. The war is still going, but we won the battle. The Battle of Towel-Loo. We have emerged victorious over the forces of empire, and we have won back the towel cam. I hope you're all thrilled about that. Yes, I do think Karen is a little bit off her rocker. You know, here's how it was once said to me by one of the first girls I ever dated, actually, long time ago. She was nice. She was a very smart girl. Her dad was very smart, too. And we were out to dinner or something. I remember I got pork chops with prosciutto on top and then a layer of cheese. And I was like, I didn't even know you could put prosciutto on pork chops, not to mention cheese. You're blowing my mind right now. But anyway, he turns over to me, and I'll never forget this. And he says, Grant, it's something along the lines of, I think you'll do okay, but just remember, looks, intelligence, mental stability, pick 2. And I was like, yes, sir. I thought his daughter was very intelligent, very good looking, and very mentally stable. So I didn't really get what he was saying to me. And in hindsight, I realized he was saying, just be happy if you can get 2 of the 3. My daughter is a very, very unique example, like a crown. And I didn't really realize what he was saying. Now I realize what he was saying. I blew that like 15 years ago. I fucked that one up. It happens. It wasn't intentional. Powell's just a bit of an idiot when it comes to social graces. Let's see. Well, the point of me telling that story was, okay, so Karen is intelligent. Karen clearly isn't bad looking. What does that leave? She's not a gem. She's not a 1 in a million. She probably isn't mentally stable. Okay. I heard it, by the way, I heard it said once, I'm interested in all of your towel perspectives. I could do a poll, but would you take a pill? Actually, I'm going to make this a poll because I want to do I want some real-time feedback on this. I was thinking about it today. Indulge me, towel friends, indulge me. All right, so how do I close this full? All right, hold on. I close this full. Now let's try this one. This is not related to the trial, but I'm interested in your thoughts. Would you take a pill to become twice as good looking if it meant becoming half as smart? Yes, no. Okay, so would you take a pill to become twice as good looking if it meant to... Okay, here we go. So there you go. Would you do that? would you towel friends take a pill to become better looking at the expense of your intelligence? It's shocking, but I think the science and the predictions, like the data says most people will say no to this. So that means we don't actually value looks that much in society. Like, we value intelligence. We really do. It's something that's very important to us, but for whatever reason, the society puts a lot of emphasis on looks. And I don't really, if even we don't care that much about how we look, and it's more about intelligence, then why do we care about how other people look? I don't understand. It just does not make sense to me. It just absolutely blows my mind. What comments do we got here? Jen D was saying, Jen D thinks that Hank Brennan's going to show the car data, and that the video shows she went back. Potentially, Jen D, potentially. Hank didn't show the video of Karen says she pulled the glass out of John's nose, even though Carrie said there was none. Yeah, you're right, Jen D. That does make sense to me. Now, we can watch that video if you want. If you're wondering what Jen D is talking about, give me 1 second here. I'm a little towel. You're all little towels. Everybody's a little towel today. But give me 1 second. What I can do is, let me go over to here, right? I do want to go get my lunch. I'm a hungry little towel. I didn't eat breakfast. I survived off an energy drink, and I think I had, what did I eat? I had a package of most stuffed Oreos, but there were only 4 of them. I don't even know how many calories they had. It was not a lot of calories. Oh, the whole package was 440. Oh no, that's not the trash barrel. This is the trash barrel. The whole package was 440 calories. So Towel has lived on 440 calories plus a Gatorade and an energy drink. I'm not sure that's very healthy for Towel. I'm pretty sure that actually negatively impacts Towel's ability to think, because I don't have enough calories to sustain my brain. Oh, what I will do though, because I forgot to do it earlier, someone asked how, like, they couldn't find the YouTube description or something. If you like these streams, if you want to see me continue building this public information service, it is kind of like PBS. Every 90 minutes or so, you get a donation read, a moment of levity. You can, I'm trying to get some more equipment. I'm trying to actually make this sustainable. We'll see if we can continue this. But if you want the information, it's in the YouTube description. It's above my head. And then I posted it in the chat. Please do not donate if you don't have the ability. Please do not give your last dollars. I would not like that. Please only donate if you have the ability to do so. If it doesn't put you in a position where you're going to be thinking about where your next meal comes from, do not do that. Please do not do that. Also, if you are inclined, please give to like homeless veterans or the needy or any other charity if you want to give to that. But if you still, after doing all of that, if you have money to eat and live and you feel comfortable and it's not going to be a burden on you, and you've donated to the homeless veterans or whatever cause is important to you, and you still want to donate to Towel's Public Information Service, then by God, we will create a new BBC or a new PBS. It will be called Towel's Tribune, and you all will be founding members, and I'll write your name on a little cornerstone somewhere, and I'll be like, these were the people that were in the Towel universe from the beginning. But as always, a reminder, folks, you do not need to send donations to ask questions or leave comments on this stream. I always will just read your comments and questions. And what we're doing right now, because of the excellent insight by Jen D, who is going to get promoted to status of honorary towel as a result, we are going to watch the video of Karen talking about glass in John's nose that I am certain we are going to see potentially in the context of this, if you all remember, the Lexus GPS data.
Account for all the discovery and make sure the defense gets everything that I can as soon as I learn about it. We'll continue to investigate this case all the way to trial, but our discovery should be completed by Wednesday.
Okay. Does that include the analysis of the data from the Lexus?
That has all been turned over, or we're sending it over on link. Is something like 8 gigabytes on my expert, so it takes a long time to download. It was all sent to us yesterday. That's all included.
All right.
The analysis is done. The accident reconstruction is done.
Oh, can't forget that voicemail we're going to hear, too, of Karen screaming, "John, was that you?" Can't forget that. Now, let me show one more thing to you, towel friends, here, which is we are going to get the video of Karen talking about pulling glass out of John's nose. That is a very disturbing clip. Where is it now? Where is it? I have it here. I have it. I'm a towel. Hold on. I know what it is because it's like Karen pointing at her nose, and it is a very odd thing for her to have done. I think it was from before the trial, wasn't it? Where is the video of you pointing at your nose, Karen? Come on. There it is. I found it. I'm a towel.
Do it.
Karen, that statement about glass in John's nose seems to undermine your entire case.
I ran over to him, and John is perfectly still. His mouth is open a little bit. He's got cuts and blood on his face, and he's just wearing the thin clothes he had on the night before. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Also, you said you're a control freak. Don't you think that goes to motive for why you tried to yell at John when your relationship was breaking down? It was kind of a telling interview, Karen. I liked it, though.
I am not going out of my way to catch this. I have not watched my own Dateline, and I've watched about half of 2020, and part of it is a personal challenge that I have so little control over my life, and I'm a controlling person in a lot of ways, and I have so little control that it's almost like a game I play with myself, that if I'm skeptical about this or skeptical of how I'm portrayed on Dateline, I will not let it infiltrate me. And I'll tell everyone around me, I don't want to hear about Dateline, or I don't want to hear about the document. If it's negative, I don't want to hear it. If there's negative things that are important for me to know or I should be aware of, I'll find out about it. But I do take some pride. I'm picking up Liza, and as soon as she gets in the car, I'll have to leave.
Yeah, she wanted out of that bad. But yeah, let's listen to that towel question again.
Do it.
Karen, that statement about glass in John's nose seems to undermine your entire case.
I ran over to him, and John is perfectly still. His mouth is open a little bit. He's got cuts and blood on his face, and he's just wearing the thin clothes he had on the night before. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Also, you said you're a control freak. Don't you think that goes to motive for why you tried to yell at John when your relationship was breaking down? It was kind of a telling interview, Karen. I liked it, though.
I am not going out of my way to catch this. I have not
So let me just say, I think they're going to play this Glare interview too. I would.
Watched my own Dateline, and I've watched about half of 2020, and part of it is a personal challenge that I have so little control over my life, and I'm a controlling person in a lot of ways.
I'm a controlling person in a lot of ways. It lines up so well with what she was doing to John that afternoon. Yep, and I do think there's a lot of damning information that's going to be coming from ARCA too, friends. My word, it is going to be quite an interesting next coming few days. Absolutely it is. Now, let us go back here and let me double check to make sure that there is nothing that... we saw the clips already. We saw the damning text messages. Whoa, and then, of course, take a look at this report. This moment when Karen Reed, when the clip played, apparently a juror opened their mouth and actually gasped.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness?
Devastating for Karen. A juror, this is what Katie Benoit said. Video of Reed and ID documentary was just played. She claims John O'Keefe's mother said it looks like he was hit by a car. Reed says it in a loud tone. Defense didn't want it played. One juror just opened their mouth, looking shocked, NBC 10, Karen Reed trial. That was intense. That was intense. Dixie Doodle says Karen has wet brain and is always playing the victim. Murder by Maestro says, I took the pill, now I'm twice as ugly and twice as dumb. What did Tal do to me? Murder by Maestro, you are neither dumb nor ugly. Kat got her tongue for the first time today, says Linda A. And she also says Karen sounds like a teenager when she talks. I agree with that. Christina says she slowed down the video of Karen screaming, John, is that you? And a lot of people feel that that's what she said. I agree. Angela Whittick says if they ARCA deleted emails and texts, it's bad, bad, bad. Yes, and by the way, if you're wondering, so we're doing a voir dire Monday. If you want to hear what that's all about, let's take a listen to what Judge Cannoni had to say, and then we'll look at some final closing comments, and then right as Towel intended at around 1 p.m., I guess we'll go and do that. Towel will go have his lunch. But before we do that, let's listen to what Judge Cannoni had to say about ARCA. Shall we? Shall we indeed? Where is it now? Where is it? Where is your ruling, Judge Cannoni? Here it is.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day?
JI5, I saw your question. I will answer it. I'll answer the summary question after we watch this ARCA clip about Monday's voir dire.
That works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in.
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so, is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Okay, we'll make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday?
Yes.
We'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday, so Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? When?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted, and you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least. Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you make the call, the defense has this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear of what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exact. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto-delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said, out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. So, all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a...
So let's figure that out.
Okay, so folks, you just saw it. That's what's going on with ARCA. Okay, that's what's going on with ARCA. We are going to be doing a Monday voir dire, but it came with a steep price for Karen Reed in that ARCA can't do any more testing after that. So it is going to be very intense Monday at noon, folks. I hope you're ready for it. Today was a half day in the Karen Reed trial. If you're just getting caught up, we had a request for an overview of the day's activity. It started with Alan Jackson, or it might have been Unetti, just kind of badgering a firefighter. It did not work good for him. He ended up looking like an idiot. And then after Unetti looked like an idiot, all we did was get two record keepers basically to verify data surveillance footage of John and Karen. And then Trooper Garino got on the stand and read some heartbreaking texts from Karen and John, including a bunch of new texts about the plumber that Karen was attempting to use to torment John on a Friday night in a snowstorm on the evening of the 28th into the 29th as a way to bait John into coming to talk to him, to talk to Karen, because John kept ignoring Karen's calls, and she was trying to emotionally abuse him because they were clearly having a falling out in their relationship, and Karen wanted him to not leave her. Not, I think, because she wanted to be with John. She didn't even like his double orphaned adopted niece and nephew who were his kids. She thought they were pushing the relationship apart. It was that Karen just wanted the control of John. It was like a soul to possess. Murder by Maestro. I think we have a view tomorrow. I don't know if there's testimony and a view, or if it's just a view. If it's just a view, then yeah, everything is about the view. It's this chaotic scene. It's very intense. Originally, Angela Wittick, Hank Brennan did have witnesses lined up for tomorrow, but that was when we were going to do the ARCA voir dire on Friday. Now that we're doing the view, I'm not sure if we'll have witness testimony and the view. I think there will be, yes, there's witnesses tomorrow. I know that because Judge Cannoni said we're going to start the day by Hank Brennan following up about whether Reed's witnesses can watch other witnesses testify. There won't be an expert witness tomorrow, but there will be witnesses in the morning. Yes, it's not a half day. It's a half day in the sense that the jurors have to go do the view, so we just end afterwards. Yes, does this plumber from Mansfield even exist? That is a very good question. Murder by Maestro, I think it is just a view, but then Judge Cannoni also asked Hank Brennan if there might be anything in the morning tomorrow. So we're at least going to get some oral argument motion-wise before the view. So either way, we'll be able to see what was going on. Kat says, continued prayers for Paul O'Keefe, Mrs. Mrs. O'Keefe, and the rest of the family, friends, and witnesses. Absolutely. Thank you for those prayers, Kat. Now, let's take a look, actually, towel friends. Let me bring this up here, and let me bring that down. Let's take a look at those texts with Richie the plumber, or whatever the plumber's name was, about the plumber, shall we? Shall we be good little towels? Now, where was that plumber part? Was it right here? Hold on. Give a little towel a second. we don't have a running transcript. We just have a like the caption. So the most helpful thing would be if anyone has the exact timestamp when they talked about the plumber. But don't worry, I think Tal should still be able to.
At Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th.
Oh, okay.
John O'Keefe to the defendant. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one, 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home, 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 4:50:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant is John O'Keefe, okay, 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids. I think it's clear me around with the kids. Around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really? Emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji. 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out. 5/17/54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5/19/42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5/20/20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5/20/33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5/20/39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago. 5/20/56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5/25/12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5/26/38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill. 5/27/08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5/27/43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5/32/33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB? 5/33/01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5/33/20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5/33/48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05/29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay. 6:14/55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where. 6:17/51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them. 6:18/12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. Sorry. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27/26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes. 6:29/45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight. 6:31/32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me. 6:32/24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere. 6:33/44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times. 6:34/34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah. Where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. I'm not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving, Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th.
All right, tell friends, this is what we were waiting for. Now, if you're wondering if you missed today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed hearing, we were waiting to see this moment. We were waiting to see the moment that Karen Reed started saying that she was going to have a plumber come over to her house, even though she knew Papa O'Keefe, who was at home with John at the time. John was at home in Canton. Karen was in her home in Mansfield. Karen was taunting John. She was trying to isolate him from his friend Michael Camerano, isolate John from his own double adopted niece and nephew. Now we're going to see this. So give me 1 sec while I start the recording. All right, towel friends, my name's GrantSmithEllis. If you missed today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Day 3 retrial hearing related to the presentation of evidence, my word, it was explosive. It was explosive because of the video clips of Karen admitting to drinking and driving, which she said she knew she shouldn't have been doing on the morning that she is alleged to have killed John O'Keefe by backing into him in anger with her car at 24.2 miles an hour at 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Now, friends, we are going to see the text messages, the more in-depth text messages involving a mysterious plumber that Karen started mentioning to John to torment John emotionally. Karen had just tried to isolate John from his friend Michael Camerano. She said she couldn't be around him. Karen had tried to isolate John from his own double orphaned adopted niece and nephew, who John took in years before he started dating Karen the second time. Years before, after their parents, one after the other, died of tragic medical conditions, John's sister Kristen and her husband Steve, within months of each other. And John took those kids in, and Karen was trying to isolate John from those kids. And now what do we see when Karen hears that John's papa, a plumber, his father, Mr. O'Keefe, is at the house, John's house? Karen then starts mentioning how she is going to bring over some random plumber from Mansfield just to torment John. Who is this plumber? Is his name Richie? Is he some random guy? Will we ever find out? Let's watch the clip. I'm a towel, and the towel friends are commenting along as we go.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight? 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my new shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming? 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael, 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, If you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant, John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant, John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. O'Keefe still here with an emoji, and p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. On the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday. 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm. 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work. 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m.? 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road. 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday. 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday. 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there. 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'd to know I can take a hot shower here if I need to. 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now. 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere. 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant, this is John O'Keefe. I'll head up there in a few men. Let me know if you leave. 8:35, 26 p.m. on the 28th.
You heard it yourself, folks. You heard it yourself. This plumber, Richie, I highly doubt, if he even existed, I highly doubt that this man was at Karen Reed's house for free in a blizzard on a Friday night, and I highly doubt he was coming back. It wasn't just Karen trying to manipulate John by saying, oh, look at this man coming over to help me. Karen was manipulating John to talk to her by getting him, like, mentioning his interests. She tried everything all day. He wouldn't talk to her. Finally, she said, oh, my plumbing. And that got John, because he used to help his papa with plumbing, to be like, oh, Karen, don't do that, whatever. She manipulated the hell out of John O'Keefe. You all saw it happen in real time right there with those text messages being read. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and let me make one other point. Someone said this was Kaylee's, the niece's special day, and her name has been said in testimony. So this was Kaylee's special day, and we'll use her first name. She had just gotten accepted to Bishop Fian along with Michael Camerano's daughter. Maybe one got accepted to Bishop Fian, maybe one got accepted to Xavier or something. But the point is, they both got accepted to very prestigious schools. They were both very happy. They were celebrating. The attention was on Kaylee, and here's Karen having a meltdown. You want to know something else interesting? Do you want to know the anniversary of John O'Keefe's double orphaned niece and nephew's father's passing? That is celebrated, or I should say honored and remembered and anniversarized each year. January 12th. Do you know what day Karen Reed started the affair with Brian Higgins? Or tried to? John's friend? The man Karen would go on to kiss in the basement of John's home after the January 15th or 17th, I think it was January 15, 2022, Patriots game, when the Patriots got blown out 47-21 or something by the Buffalo Bills up in Buffalo. Karen initiated that affair with Higgins on January 12th, 2022. The day that Kaylee and her brother and John were observing the passing of John's brother-in-law, Steve. Do you think that was a coincidence? Friends, do you think it was a coincidence that when Karen wasn't getting the attention on Kaylee's special day, she did the exact same thing and tried to flood John with emotionally abusive, aggressive text messages until John eventually caved and started talking to her? That is disgusting. It's disturbing. It's a pattern of behavior. And folks, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and you just saw those text messages about the mysterious Richie the plumber read in real time. We've been watching along with the Towel Friends. I'm going to continue talking with them. But if you want to follow the trial live on Towel Stream and enjoy multicam coverage and intense moments like that with commentary and all of the wonderful blue wall of Towel Friends, join us, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You're welcome. You may even become an honorary towel yourself. All right, folks, I'm going to end this clip. Go back to the Towel Friends. All right, folks, the clip is done. You all got your comments. I hope you enjoyed that. You're going to show up in a clip, I'm sure, all of your comments. But yes, it is horrifying. It's scary. I do think that I'm on the money about this timeline. I'm horrified that I'm right about it, but I do think I am on the money. Okay, folks, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We just did a full recap of what went down today. And then, of course, we have to end, folks. We have to end with the way the day ended. We would be remiss not to. We're back. Grant's going to be Towel. Someone asked Grant what time you're here tomorrow. Towel will be here early tomorrow. I'm pretty much caught up. I wrote 2,500 words in like 4 hours this morning. I wrote a final. It was really good. My final was about whether unitary executive actions are a threat to constitutional governments from the perspective of pragmatists, textualists, anti-originalists, and then sort of like hybrid modernists. And it was a very fascinating explication of Justice Breyer's thought. And then I went into this conservative guy, Levin's thought. And then I was reading some perspective by Chemerinsky, who I think is the dean of some law school out in California, UC Bentley, I don't know, Berkeley maybe. I was reading all these disparate perspectives, and I wove them together into this wonderfully interesting narrative. And then I'm kind of just sitting there typing away, being a little towel. And then I look up and I'm like, oh, this is, I can't write much more. I had a 10-page limit. By the way, for this final, if you're wondering what it's like to be in this kind of education environment, the final opened last night at like April 24th or something at 5 p.m. I had 24 hours to do it. I knew I was going to be streaming today, so I had to get up at 4 in the morning and type this thing. And I'm like, oh God, let's see if I can get this done before the stream starts. After like 2 hours, I was like, I have a lot to say about this. I was quoting John Rawls. I was quoting Plato. I was having the time of my life. I was just being a little towel. But yes, half day tomorrow in court. Today was a half day as well. And I will be with you early tomorrow morning because the whole point of that final story is I already wrote my wonderful final about the threat to unitary executive actions posed to the integrity and check and balances of our constitutional form of government. I was talking about INS v. Chadha. I was talking about Youngstown Steel and limiting Truman's power over the steel industry. He tried to nationalize the steel industry during the Korean War. It didn't work. I was just going on a deep dive there, and I came to find that even conservative constitutional scholars, which is probably why Trump lost 7-2 in his attempt to use the Alien Enemies Act for deportation. Even conservative scholars have this resistance to unitary executive actions outside of like war on terror type stuff. And as a result, I have come to conclude that the Supreme Court is going to continue to rebuff the Trump administration. Why is that relevant? Well, it's really not relevant to our stream, other than I'll be with you early tomorrow because I wrote my paper. If you ever want to read my paper, oh, thank you, Ashley. If you ever want to read my paper, I absolutely will pass it along someday. Karen thought you call a plumber and he instantly starts laying down pipe. In reality, Richie just got done fixing someone's septic tank and turns up with poo under his fingernails. Murder by Maestro, I somehow not surprised by your comment. Yes, half day tomorrow and Monday as well. And the Monday half day is for the purposes of doing the Arc of Voir Dire at 12 noon. So get yourselves ready. That is going to be intense. Court is starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and it is a half day, but they're going on a view. We will be starting early, though. Get your towels ready, get your washcloths, get your soap dispensers. I also want to say God bless you because a donation came in a few minutes ago, and I forgot to say thank you, and I just want to extend my appreciation and do the sign of the cross. Thank you so much for that. Not enough tubers know about Grant's Karen Cam. Tell your fellow YouTube friends. Yes, subscribe, like the channel. You can make posts on Twitter being like, did you know Grant does a Karen Reed, John O'Keefe retrial multicam, and you can watch Karen and you can watch the Janet and Bill Reed cam. You can watch the Karen cam. You can watch the David Yannetti cam. You can watch the Hank Brennan cam. People will be like, I had no idea. When you tell them there's a Mr. Marshmallow Man cam, they're going to be a little bit perplexed by that and probably ask you what that means. Just tell them Alan Jackson tried to blame the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for killing John O'Keefe. And when they look back in a very confused way, just say, listen, that was a step in the right direction compared to when Alan Jackson was blaming Chewbacca. Okay, we've moved in somewhat of a positive direction. Let's see. George Cahill asks, why is there no trial testimony right now? Oh, we had a half day. George Cahill, we are going to actually watch right now together why we had a half day. And you might say, oh, Grant, what happened? What could possibly have happened? Well, let's watch how Hank Brennan decided to end the day for Karen Reed, shall we? Because we're all towel friends here, and we all enjoy these moments, shall we? Shall we?
Thank you.
Begin with clip 7.
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's,
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say, I have like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. My car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake, and you don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Well, there you have it, towel friends. What a way to end the day. That is how the jury went home. That is how they went home. Is that what you want to go home to? Welcome to the honorary towel fold, by the way. Elevate the process. Towel was very impressed by your last comment. That made you an honorary towel. Nani, hello, good to see you. Welcome. What question did you have? Is court over for the day? Yes, it is. Well, thank you so much for watching, Nani. You are also going to be promoted to an honorary towel. This is the blue wall of towels, if you haven't wondered, if you haven't been here before. And we just watched what the jury saw to end the day of testimony. So how would you feel if you were a juror and you just left? Okay, so hold on. Let's do this as our final towel wrap-up. I'll answer some of your final questions. But then towel really has to eat. Towel cannot just not eat. All right, so let's see here. Free Chewy, free Chewbacca, free Chloe, and free the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And if you're wondering, Grant, why do you keep referencing the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Well, you know what? I like nothing more than an opportunity to talk about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. So we are going to show the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. By God help us. Nothing will stop me from showing the clip about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, if you're wondering, folks, Grant, did Karen try to blame the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for John O'Keefe's death? I'm pretty sure Alan Jackson basically tried to blame the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for John O'Keefe's death. Therefore, I have only one option for you, which is to get the video involving the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and play it for you. I'm obligated anytime the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man comes up. Oh, actually, look at this funny meme I made. The shark declared a writ of shenanigans, and then I was like, I got my broom, and then I got chased by a rabid pack of YouTubers. And some guy who pretends he's a woman online named Jason Broyles, who's a parking clerk from Connecticut, that I'm pretty sure has known Kate Peters since 2019 and just pretends to be a Turtle Rider and Free Karen Reed fan to get in Aidan Kearney's and Meredith O'Neill's orbit to get information to funnel back to Kate. But that's just my theory. Anyway, so I'm running with a broom from all these people. I thought it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Someone was like, Grant, don't you have things to study for? And I was like, no, this is hands down the best meme I have ever created. I shall not relent. And then I have Karen in the corner being like, my genius plans were thwarted by a guy who thinks he's a towel and that damn shark. I saw the shark one time, and he had to really figure out, he wouldn't tell me what he looked like, but he just told me he was tall. And so this 7'2" Indian man approaches me and he's like, towel? And I'm like, you are not what I was expecting to be, shark. And he was like, yeah, we probably won't see each other again. He didn't tell me anything else. I don't think he was actually from around here, because he was like, I'm only here for one day, and I'm just I really like your ex post. And I was like, well, you're a little honorary. It was a year or more ago. And I was like, well, you're a little honorary towel. And I don't even know. I think I was a towel by then. But I was like, you're a shark. I love sharks. But I just remember, it was kind of like what I imagine meeting an NBA player is like, because I'm 6'2" or something, and I remember meeting this man. And I mean, he didn't tell me his name. I don't want to know his name. I called him a shark. But this man, and I remember I told someone about this, and they were like, they thought that by me saying he was Indian, I was saying he was like a software engineer. So this rumor got started that this man, this 7-foot-tall Indian man, was an engineer. And I had to just intervene and be like, okay, folks, I don't know what part of Massachusetts you're from, where someone saying that a 7-foot-tall Indian man came up to them translates to that man being an engineer. But you've now just spread this, even though it's not. It's first of all, I thought it was a little bit racist for them to spread that, and second of all, he's not a fucking engineer because he's Indian. Anyway, I had to get that off my chest because I saw an absolutely ridiculous comment on Twitter today implying that because this man was Indian, he was an engineer. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, I'm a towel, and you can see me running with the broom. By the way, when you declare rid of shenanigans, you have to get a broom. So you can see me running with my towel broom, and my post is like, oh, by the way, I upset Chewbacca because Chewbacca doesn't like brooms. Oh, my goodness. But yes, because, oh, and by the way, someone else was like, they were like, the Easter Bunny isn't real. And I was like, oh, yeah? Well, let me show you some esoteric hidden knowledge about Easter bunnies. All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, yes, the Chewbacca, of course. But no, we're not doing Chewbacca right now. We're looking for the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, dear God, what has this stream become? Why are we talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Alan Jackson, why did you introduce the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man into this chaos? The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man did absolutely nothing wrong. I don't know why he had to get brought into this. I'm just offended by its very concept. All right, hold on. We're going to find this video. It wasn't a video. That's why I think it was. No, it was a video. It was definitely, it was either a video or like, I don't know if I put the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on an image and retweeted the video. The point is, we're not going anywhere until I find, at least I'm not going anywhere until I find this thing about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Because I feel like if people are just tuning in and being like, why did the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man come up in the Karen Reed trial? It wasn't my fault. I didn't bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Do you think that me, of all people, just randomly started about talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Do I, a man who calls himself an anthropomorphic towel, seem like the kind of person who would just be like, let's start talking about Chewbacca or the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man to make the Karen Reed defense look ridiculous? Do I seem like that kind of person? Absolutely not. It was Alan Jackson who brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and I can prove it.
Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right? Correct. Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right? Yes, sir. Okay. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right? Correct. Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right? Yes, sir. Okay.
Wait a minute. Someone said, this is a serious case. Why are you talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Two things. One, this is a public information service, and every 90 minutes we have moments of levity, and then we do occasional donation reminders. But we're not doing that right now. And moments of levity are the price you pay for otherwise informative streams. Who was the towel that in this pre-stream predicted the way the FRE, MRE, 403, 401 analysis would slowly balance in favor of the admission of the clip of Karen Reed mocking John O'Keefe's mother? Who was the one that predicted that as we got further away temporally in time from Peggy O'Keefe's testimony, 12 hours, 24 hours was enough, that the evidence was coming in? Me! So don't tell me that I can't have my moments of levity. I'm a towel. If I didn't do moments of levity, I don't know if I could cover this serious, very intense, heartbreaking case for months on end. But yes, I'm glad you like marshmallows, Dr. Marie Russell satire account. Okay, so the Marshmallow Man thing aside, which I thought was hilarious, and I still think is hilarious and is a very necessary moment of levity, it is very important to remember that where we are heading with this situation is Karen Reed's defense is in a very bad way. And actually, you know what? I wasn't going to play these. You want a little preview of what we're going to see next, or when Brian Higgins takes the stand? For these towel streams, I won't only give you my commentary on hilarious elements of the trial like the Marshmallow Man. I'll give you a little preview of what we might see. And we'll do this for MGHAZ, because MGHAZ wants us to take this serious, and I do want to take this serious. So let's preview what serious stuff we're going to see in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial next week. And this is in honor of MGHAZ.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page 31 and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded.
So that's your little preview. We can all say thank you to MGHAZ for that little preview. And then what I also want to show you all is, did you all see what these messages said at the beginning? We didn't even get them read last time, but I'll read them for you. It says, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out. Said, my voice and my accent are killing me softly. And then Higgins is like, what, seriously? And then Karen's like, yeah, what does she say there? There are cameras everywhere, you cops. And Higgins says, Jesus. And then Karen relaying what John says about John seeing Karen and Higgins going to kiss at Karen's instigation says, Christ, are you guys hooking up? So Karen knew John knew Karen was cheating on him and trying to hurt him. John's friend Higgins wouldn't even go through with cheating with Karen. He cut off the affair. Not Karen, as Alan Jackson said. Higgins cut it off because John started to ask questions, and he was like, Karen, are you doing this just to hurt me, basically, I'm sure. And that's what Karen was doing, and she initiated it that January. And what's really fucked up, pardon me for cussing, is we are going to come to find out, towel friends. Do you know what Karen Reed said to Higgins? Karen Reed said to Brian Higgins that John O'Keefe had cheated on her in Aruba. John O'Keefe did not do that. John O'Keefe did not cheat on Karen Reed in Aruba. Oh, from the jump. There you go. I wonder if the jurors are going to remember that, Angela Whittick. Alan Jackson used that in his opening. Karen said it in the cheating messages with Higgins. But yes, it is absolutely devastating. Those series of text messages, and there is even more to the text messages with Higgins, because you'll see Karen say, as I said, that John had cheated on her. John only hugged a family friend in Aruba, Marietta Sullivan, on January 31st, 2021. Karen apologized to Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan's sister, for lying about that hug at the time. Okay, Karen apologized in writing, or at least apologized and told. She wouldn't apologize to the Marietta, the sister, but she apologized to Laura Sullivan. And in fact, you know what we can look for? Let me bring this up for you, towel friends. I think I actually have it somewhat high up on my Twitter feed, so we can look at it. Let's look at the video where Karen talks about that incident in Aruba. But just know, Karen lied to Brian Higgins and said John cheated on her in Aruba. He did not. He just hugged Marietta Sullivan. Karen intentionally manipulated Higgins too. And eventually I think Higgins realized what was up, and we're going to find out Higgins would not sleep with Karen or whatever. She was just teasing Higgins, and using him to hurt John. Now, what I do want to show you is, let's see if we can find this video of, actually, there's a better way for me to do this. The reason why, and it's sad that there's a better way for me to do this, but I can bring this up for you, as scary as this is. No, that's not the one I want to get rid of. It is this one. I can bring this up for you just by typing, I don't want to actually show the cuss word, but just by typing go F yourself or something, I can find this clip that I want to show you of Marietta Sullivan. This is another preview, by the way, if you're just tuning in. We only had a half day of testimony in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, but what we are looking at right now is some of the previews of what we're going to see in future testimony. And let's listen to how Karen reacted on that night in Aruba. Oh, I didn't put a space between the F word and yourself. And yes, Karen used a very, very vulgar word. And oh, look at that. I'm a little towel. And what did I find? Because of my somehow encyclopedic knowledge and memory, I found this. You ready? And that's Marietta Sullivan. And I don't comment on people's looks, but you think Karen was a little jealous? Think Karen was a little jealous? Just a little jealous? I have to play the video this way because otherwise your comments won't keep playing in real time. Okay, let's watch.
So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar. Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, do you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator, and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around, and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stopped in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification of anybody?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one, or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my...
Okay.
I don't know what this is. I'll see you at sidebar quickly.
Folks, that's some testimony you might not see in this retrial, although I think the Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura, are on the witness list. But my word, that was interesting. That was interesting. Welcome, by the way, to the various honorary towels who have been promoted, REOMFGITSMIRS and otherwise. Wild Roses, etc. Good to see you. So, Lisa Cox, it's great to see you, friend. If you haven't noticed, I'm experimenting with some new presentation methods, absolutely on the screen, so you can see your comments now. There's a wall of towel friends, though. You still have to cope with hundreds of them, but you can also see, apparently a lot of people watch on the Twitter over on X. They can't comment or interact as easily. If you're watching over on the X and wondering why can't Grant see my comments, the Twitter back end for looking at comments is a little bit more difficult to look at in real time, and so the easiest way to ask your questions and comments is over on youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis, and if you haven't done so, please consider subscribing. We just hit 500 towel friends yesterday. Now we're at 559 towel friends. It is just a towel universe that is expanding by the day. Trevor McIntyre, I saw you earlier, my friend. I meant to say hello to you. Always great to see you up in the towel stream, offering erudite and cogent insights for your fellow towels and washcloths and soap dispensers and beach towels and hemp towels and towelettes and all of the wonderful fabrics within the towel fold. Let's see. So we have fully got ourselves caught up. We even did some previews of testimonies yet to come in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I've answered as many questions as I could. I think if you would all be so kind as to indulge Towel, it would actually be good for Towel to get 2 hours off instead of us having to do 2 more hours of testimony and then do a closing. I think it's great that Towel can go eat his lunch. I have a plan. Someone sent a $10 donation. I am going to go to Burger King. I have a coupon for free French fries, and I am going to get a large free French fry. And then I am going to go to Burger King, and I'm going to spend maybe like $6 of those dollars on some kind of 2 for $6 deal where I can get an original chicken sandwich, which is worth $6.29, and then I can also get some other thing, which is worth way more, for $6 in total. So I'm going to just make out like a bandit. I'm going to get like $14 worth of food for $6. I have thought about this extensively. I am a towel. But yes, I really appreciate all of you towel friends who have tuned in. All of your commentary, your engagement, and I know sometimes you all feel that if you keep talking, I will stay. Don't worry, you can say your goodbyes. I'm going to wrap up in the next few minutes. I will check. ER said the snowplow driver. Oh, okay. Hold on. Ari, are you an FKR person? We can. Imagine if we had one FKR moderator on here. Like, they can't really do anything because all the other moderators can just overturn them and I can just remove them anytime. But imagine if we can be like, the towel fold is so expansive. We even have an pro Karen Reed moderator. Okay, so Ari, you kept me here. Oh, Lisa Cox, you are so kind for asking for the donation links. I try not to do it. Folks, by the way, if you're just tuning in, if you just found this stream, if you stumbled across this man who seems to have an encyclopedic knowledge of all of human history, not to mention various high-profile criminal cases, I'm just a towel. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm trying to run a Lord Reith-style British Broadcasting Corporation or PBS-style public information service. I strive to educate, inform, and entertain the public by way of this free-to-access information service. You can also go to toweltribune.com to find more of my written content. But I got a request from someone who I consider a dear honorary towel, Lisa Cox. I normally wouldn't do a donation read more than every 90 minutes. But if you want to support this public information service, if you like the programming, if you feel that it's informative, if you think other people would benefit from this kind of programming, I'm going to post some links in the chat right now. And I saw Deaf Otter posted them as well. God bless you for that, Deaf Otter. Deaf Otter, I know you have a copy paste, but I actually updated the PayPal part of it for your copy paste. I figured out a way to list a PayPal link without putting my email, which is paypal.me//GrantEllis. But yes, God bless you, Lisa, for asking. Let's see. Murder by Maestro says, Grant, stop with the processed food. These long days, towel needs real nutrients. Okay, hold on. Are you telling me that me first of all, I like prepared fast food because I know no one's going to mess with it. It's consistent. It's the same every time. It doesn't upset my stomach. It literally, I don't know why. It's cheap. I micromanage, obviously, my expenses. Spending more than $3 on 2 slices of cheese pizza, like that's my norm. So spending $6 is like a luxury indulgence. When I eat an original chicken sandwich from Burger King, that is like one of the most unique taste profiles I ever get to have. I eat like rice, chicken, like very plain chicken, bread and cheese. That's it. That's all I want. And so when I get my like luxury indulgence of going to Burger King once a month, oh my God, that to me is just, I am in heaven. That I think that's what normal people probably treat like a steak or whatever. Like, oh hell no, don't take me to a steakhouse. Just take me to Burger King. I will be a very happy and content towel. Yes, towel. Murder by Maestro in the YouTube description. The links are already there. I learned that from our dear friend Roberta Glass. Freak Aaron Reed. I'm happy to provide you with this commentary, and I love your name. Welcome to the ranks of the honorary towel fold. That's what I wanted to do. So, Bina, by the way, great to see you. You were here from the beginning. You're truly an honorary towel. Okay, so there's a few things I think I want to do. One, I want to make Murder by Maestro. I want to do this. 1 second. Hold on. You're not actually being removed, Murder by Maestro. Give me 1 second. Okay, Murder by Maestro. There you go. You can keep an eye on things now, okay? You are a towel. Let's see. I wanted to respond to Ari. And the reason why I did that, Murder by Maestro, is if I by accidentally mod someone who's does start being subversive, not like the guy Mo, who the other day, who I think is a very great soul, and I want to keep Mo around in the towel fold. He's amazing, and he was kind enough to sort of mend things with his fellow towels. Not like that. But if you see an actual FKR troll, Murder by Maestro, come in here and start subversively abusing the fact that I made them an honorary towel or something, that's why I just did that for you. I don't know what that is. I imagine it's some sort of like admin thing, but anyway, don't mess with it. I know how to look at logs. Just don't let anybody run amok, because you're a very good honorary towel. I wanted to respond to Ari, though. Ari, you're wrong about this. Lucky Lofgren. Actually, you know what? I can't believe you forced us to do this. You have forced us to do this, Ari. I was so ready to go get lunch, but nope. I must debunk your nonsense. Even though you are an honorary towel, I must debunk your perspective here, and I must show you the actual truth, okay? So I want to bring up, I'm going to type in, I'm going to bring up the Brian Lofgren thing for you all here, so give me 1 second. Towel needs a second to type it in. We are going to listen to what Brian Lucky Lofgren had to say himself. You don't have to trust me, okay? You don't have to trust me. You can listen to Mr. Lofgren himself admit that he perjured himself on the stand, okay? And that he did not indeed get to Fairview Road until way later in the evening, way later in the early morning, excuse me, closer to 5 a.m., when he saw a black car. 5 a.m. He didn't even get to the road until around then, which was probably Karen's car returning to the scene around 5:23 a.m. because videos in Canton show Karen Reed at 5:08 a.m. leaving One Meadows Ave, 5:11 a.m. passing the Temple, 5:18 a.m. heading up the other side over by the commuter rail to 34 Fairview Road. Lucky probably saw her. And you want to know what else Lucky saw? Lucky didn't see police tape till after 6:30 a.m. How do I know this? Because Brian Lucky Lofgren quite literally admitted that he misled the federal authorities about that time.
So we needed to them.
And he quite literally admitted the exact timeline when he was in court. So what are we going to do? Thanks to RE being so kind enough to allow us to look at this. I have everything archived, RE. Everything. Every single piece of testimony from the first trial, the second trial. I've read every document on this docket. I have it all memorized to the minute. I know everything that every witness said. I didn't miss anything. You cannot pull a fast one on me like that. And when you try to, I will play you the source clip so that as a result of you trying to be subversive in that way, other people learn.
Also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
Pause. We're going to do this just because of the thing about Lucky. Ari, you actually are weird. You oscillate a little bit. You make some really good points that show Karen's guilty, and then you make some really weird points that advance Karen's narrative. John, maybe I just misread your point about Lucky. We're still going to watch his testimony. You're right. Colin Albert was not there when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 12:24 a.m. And then Karen hit John around 12:32 a.m. precisely, actually, with her car while in reverse and drunk at 12:32. That part you're right about. We're going to watch Lucky, though. I just want you to listen to Lucky say that he misled the federal investigators. He was clearly coached, to lie to the feds, in my opinion. Clearly, he misled them about the timeline, and when he gets under oath on the stand in the state trial, he admits the real timeline. Let's listen. This is another preview. We're not going to see Lucky till later on, but this is another preview of what you're going to see in testimony in the retrial. Lucky Lofgren looking like an idiot.
Also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30, 2:40, 2:35.
That would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue.
Pause. Hold on. Ari, that's an absolutely absurd statement. The federal investigation is confirmed and closed. No one is ever going to be indicted related to John O'Keefe's death except for Karen Reed. Now, the state police unit that investigated Karen, maybe some of them are going to get indicted related to Sandra Birchmore's murder and the subsequent cover-up. But I'm a towel. I don't know anything about that. Stop asking questions. Focus your attention elsewhere. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. The man behind the towel! That's hilarious. That said, Ari, you lost your honorary towel status because no one's getting indicted except for Karen Reed. And now we're going to watch this Lucky clip, and you're going to watch him humiliate himself and undermine all of the subversive trolling that goes on. So, anyway, that was a failed effort on your part. And now we're going to watch Lucky look like an idiot.
Finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
No, Ari, he just told you himself. He didn't go down Fairview Road at 2 a.m. Don't spread disinformation. That's what will happen. That's what will happen. You will absolutely pay for it with a primary source reckoning, and then I'll get all excited because I'm a towel. This is the kind of thing that I live for. I will put aside my lunch. Although now I'm thinking of getting a healthy lunch, although I have to spend. Murder by Maestro, do you understand that you're going to make me spend $11 more to get a somewhat healthy lunch because I don't have time to go to the supermarket before my next thing? Now I'm going to go spend money because you made me think that I'm not eating well enough. I never get a meal that costs more than $7, and I'm going to do that today. Anyway, all right, now we're going to do this because I'm an excitable towel.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show counsel.
So I'm going to ask you to read, join you a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, please hold on, right? Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
So you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 call-in.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also...
You heard it, folks. You heard it there from Lucky Loughran himself. And by the way, just to wrap this all up with RE, because I think RE's gone. Do you want to know, RE, what the jurors from, even the Karen Reed friendly jurors from Karen's first trial thought about Lucky? Let's listen.
Then it was determined that he was not or I basically believe that he was not a credible witness.
Wow, that's wild. Do you guys think he was blind?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
So Ari, I wouldn't put your hint. No, actually, hold on, Ari. Let's see how the public sentiment feels. Ari, you really have gotten Towel all riled up. We're gonna give Ari one more piece of engagement here. Hold on. There's one more thing I want to do. I want to end this last very metaphysical poll, which I thought was very interesting. And I think you all decided that intelligence is more important than looks. Thanks, Steph Otter. I appreciate that. But I want to go with Ari. I want to get Ari trolled a little bit here. Will Karen Reed walk free after the John O'Keefe retrial is done? Let's see. Ari, you want to see what your fellow towels think about that? Let's see. I put the poll up for you. Will Karen Reed walk free after the John O'Keefe retrial is done? I think you're going to lose this by a lot, Ari. I don't even think it is going to be close. Oh yeah, you're just getting absolutely obliterated. It's a minute old. We're almost a fifth. We're heading towards 50 votes, and you're losing. You're losing brutally. It's not even a competition. You're being humiliated. Why did you bring this upon yourself, Ari? Are you some kind of sadist? Do you enjoy being humiliated in front of 2,000 people on Twitter and 100 people on YouTube? I'll never understand why people do that to themselves. But it's just not even a contest, Ari. No one agrees with you. There is, outside of the echo chambers in which you walk, apparently, there is no one who feels that way. Exactly. Karen's got to get ready to get in the paddy wagon like Bo. Ari's like, yes, thank you for trolling me. I think that, Ari, that might... Now, listen, I say this in a loving way. Your comment there might reinforce my initial theory and read of your vibe through the computer screen that you might be a masochist. Now, listen, I tolerate towels of all persuasions. I don't think you should, feed yourself to a goat. See, the one thing I'm a little unsure of is whether we should welcome goats into the towel fold, because I think they eat towels. But as long as you don't feed yourself to a goat, you can be a sadist towel, as far as I'm concerned. Jew drops. Yeah, you left and then you came back and we got I think it's a Karen Reed fan, although Ari has some opinions that are both pro and anti Karen Reed. It's very interesting. Ari said a lot of factual things that make Karen appear and confirm she is very guilty. And then Ari has said some ridiculous things not supported by the factual record, especially about Brian I didn't know I wasn't lucky Lofgren, who literally misled federal investigators and is lucky, quite lucky, no pun intended, he didn't catch a charge under 18 USC 1001 for doing that, okay? So, yeah. Goats eat anything, especially hemp towels. Oh, no. Okay, we must build a fence. We must build a fence. We cannot have goats eating towels. The one thing that is not allowed is you can't eat the towels. I don't care what you're doing, why you're doing it, why you're engaged in this case. The one rule is no eating towels allowed. By the way, I am thrilled with this new setup because I finally found a way where I don't have to monitor the back-end software on YouTube, and I can just watch the software that I need to monitor, and I can still see all your comments. I am so thrilled, and listen. I'm not gonna understate this. You all really seem to enjoy having your comments on the screen. I think we may set this up. You know what? I think we might set this up such that we can have your comments above the Karen cam. You all in real time can comment on the feed tomorrow above the Karen cam. I've decided it. Yes, that's what we will do. I love being able to talk to you all in real time. It just permanently. It's wonderful. What's going to be really funny is that I hear the van coming around the bend, says Angela Whittick. What's going to be really, really funny, right, is when some of these clips, a lot of these clips, go out there, because I'm clipping, it's not really about me. I'm clipping the content that is from the trial and getting it out there pretty quickly, I would say. But I think we're going to have you folks, you towel friends, in the clips now. You're going to be able to provide running commentary in the clips in real time. We have just created this multicam setup with the Bill and Janet Reed cam, the Alan Jackson and David Unetti cam, the Karen Reed cam, the Hank Brennan cam. Now we're going to add into it this multi-layered fourth dimensional Tesseract-like interface where you can comment above the Karen cam. We're just elevating this whole thing. All right, let me read. There were some very serious comments. Justice for John O'Keefe. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Thank you for bringing things back to what this is really about, which I think is a good way to close. Folks, this is a very serious trial. Karen Reed is accused of killing John O'Keefe. She faces a 3-count indictment for malice second-degree murder, which does not require an intent to kill. For OUI manslaughter, which contains 2 lower indictments or lesser included indictments, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide OUI, and then Karen's charged with felony another felony leaving the scene of an accident causing serious bodily injury or death. Death. Karen turned this case into a circus. I think in some ways am Karen's punishment for turning this case into a circus. No one brought me to do this. I just was called, and as I'm sure you see from any of my coverage, if I get called to do something, I'm going to stick with it. And I try to do honor to the antithesis in a Hegelian syntactical formulation. If Karen's the thesis and her PR campaign is the thesis, I am the antithesis. Then I should say I'm bipartisan. Whether you do PR campaigns for, to benefit the state or the witnesses or Karen or her team, I'm the antithesis of that. I don't do PR. I'm clearly a critical theorist, okay? I break down structures of propaganda. I try to do it in a benevolent way to engender cogent discourse to ward off the usurpation of our democratic form of government and our justice system that can occur when PR, public relations, takes hold as the primary source of discourse surrounding a given topic or case, okay? It's a very serious calling. It's something I consider a vocation. It's something that I take very seriously, and I try to do honor to the cases that I'm covering and the human beings and the lives that have been impacted. In this case, John O'Keefe, of course, his family, Miss O'Keefe, Mr. O'Keefe, John's two now thrice orphaned adopted niece and nephew who were his world, his children, John's friends, and everyone impacted by this trial. You would be hard-pressed to find someone in the communities that surrounding this case that has not been impacted in some way or another. 6 degrees of separation. This case, it's unfortunate that it became a spectacle. It never should have become a spectacle, but it did become a spectacle. And Hank Brennan, indeed, as you were all saying, has come in and turned all this around. But it was more than that. It was the shift in the DOJ. Karen was getting special treatment from that old Biden White House connected DOJ through Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy and Dustin Chow. And now, there's a new sheriff in town. And I don't think President Trump takes too kindly to people who kill cops. And I don't think President Trump takes too kindly to people who were playing loose and fast with that prior DOJ. And I don't think President Trump takes too kindly to people like Rachel Rollins or Josh Levy. And I think there's a reason. By the way, you know where Josh Levy is now? He's back at Ropes and Gray. How do I know that? Because I compulsively read Supreme Court filings. And Levy's representing, wouldn't you know it? Josh Levy's representing Harvard in its lawsuit against the Trump administration that was filed a few days ago. How interesting is that? Karen was never going to befriend President Trump. How interesting is that indeed? Josh Levy doesn't like the new administration very much. Karen Reed probably doesn't like the new administration much, but she'll never say it publicly. You'd be surprised, little towel friends. President Trump and I don't agree a lot politically, but I've said, you can read my posts, I've said multiple times, I think he's a great man. He has done some unsung things to help in ways that you all will never understand. Just causes you will never understand, situations you will never understand, and Tal's not going to be the one to explain it to you. But if I see President Trump again, I will shake his hand again and say, thank you for all that you've done, Mr. President, in particular for hosting my family at Mar-a-Lago all those years ago and being so kind to that charity. But needless to say, that's not really... See, I think some folks are like, what is this towel? What have we exactly stumbled onto? I don't think I really know. I'm a bit of an enigma to myself. Plausible deniability. If I don't know what I am or who I know or what I do, how can I possibly tell you? I don't know. I really, like I said, President Trump and I don't always agree politically. I think there are some issues where I would say, there are some issues where he would say to me, I'm sure, Grant, I respect your perspective on that, but I just don't agree. And there are some issues where I would say right back to him, Mr. President, I respect your perspective on that, but just because of my, like religion or whatever, I just don't agree with you. Okay? Like him and I could have a very reasonable discussion about areas where we disagree. But there are also overlaps where I would straight say to him, I think you, and again, I'm not going to get into details because I don't want any of you to figure out what any of this is about, But I think you have done some absolutely wonderful things. Let me tell you about them. And I'm not just talking recently. I'm talking about over the past 10 to 15 years. And I'm the kind of person, maybe I should reach out to the White House, but I'm the kind of person who legitimately, as a nonpartisan person, could go out there and say, here's what I think President Trump is doing right, and here's what I think President Trump is doing wrong, and do it not from the perspective of like vitriol, but literally say, I think this human being is capable of doing things well, and this human being, while we may have disagreements on the policies of it and the politics of it all, is fundamentally, like, at his heart, a good man. And that's what I think is important in a leader. And you can disagree with me and point to his various sort of polemical behaviors, but that's not how I judge a person. I'm a very vibe aura-based person. Okay? And I will tell you that at least what I have perceived, and I think I can pass judgment on this, he is okay with towel. President Trump can be an honorary towel. And that's what I'm saying. It's perfectly okay for people to not like President Trump. It's perfectly okay for people to have strong opinions about political issues. But this is just how Towel feels, and I appreciate you allowing me to express it. And I hope we would never, in these comments or otherwise, hold anyone's beliefs against them. You may express it in ways that are objectionable, and then we'll have problems. I'm not talking about President Trump, but just anything. If you're discriminatory, derogatory, if you sea lion, that's your intent. If your belief is authentic, as long as it's not extremely dangerous, we're talking like obscene, like literally, I know it when I see it. I know it's racist. I know it's obscene, and and I know it's sexist. We're not going to have any of that. But if it's your belief, I hope no one will hold it against their fellow towels. You can disagree without being disagreeable, and that's the spirit of this whole channel. But yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I have just been rambling on now. I want 90 minutes off. I think that's fair. So if we end about now, I should be able to go get my lunch, and I'm going to do what Murder by Maestro said. I'm going to try not to eat processed sugar. I'm going to go to a place where I can get a $16 plate that has so this is my like once a year indulgence, but I'm going to go today in honor of Murder by Maestro, and also because some of you sent some very kind donations, which is the last thing I'm going to do. I can't get by without checking, because if someone sent a donation and I don't say God bless you, I feel guilty about it for like 2 hours after the stream, and then I go send them a personalized message, which I try to do anyway. But allow me to just look at my phone before we go. Oh, someone did. Oh, you all are touching little towel's heart. Okay, and with that, so now I definitely, so I have more than $16. I got a $10 donation and then another donation, so I know what I'm going to do. I'm gonna do it Murder by Maestro. I'm gonna have some plain chicken breast with roasted potatoes and home cooked white rice. It is my once a year indulgence. It's a very small little one restaurant location in my town. It's not a franchise or a chain. It's run by this one nice little old man who I really like. I'm gonna go see him, and he's gonna be like, "Where have you been?" I'm gonna be like, "I would like a chicken plate," and it is gonna be delicious. All right, so yes, this was a great stream. God bless you all, towel friends. It really meant so much to me to have you with me. I'm thrilled we got to put your comments up on the screen. I am going to eat. I'm going to sign off right now. Haich, it's so great to see you. Haya, Haich, is our friend from Sheffield. I have to say one final remark to our friend from Sheffield, the Sheffield towel. It is wonderful to see you. Washcloth, Sheffield soap dispenser. Sheffield United, of course, is the true original United. We have talked extensively about the FA Cup at the FA Cups in the late 1800s and early 1900s and the origination of the English football pyramid. God bless you, Sheffield soap dispenser towels. Honored to have you here. Oh, the Lawyer You Know channel. Tons of people are blaming the victim. Yeah, let's hope people don't do that. All right, folks, it's been such an honor to see you. I have to sign off. I'm glad I got to salute Sheffield United. Angela Wittix, Dixie Doodle, Freak Aaron Reed, Colleen Henry, Macy, Dewdrops, The Sunken Grave. I am intent, because some of you all stayed for this whole time, so I am intent on saying goodbye to you. My King of Kings, Dixie Doodles, if I didn't already say you, Lisa Cox, The Pilgrim Shadow, my dear friend, I'm so glad I got to see you. just all of you, it has been such an honor and a pleasure. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I do my best to do honor to all of you towel friends. God bless you on the rest of this Thursday. Are we already at Thursday? Yep, we're heading into Friday. God bless you on this Thursday. Spend some time in the sun with your loved ones. Do an act of kindness or service. Keep towel on your mind. Pray for Towel's family member. And truly, just be well, friends. Bye Germany. See you all tomorrow, friends, early in the morning Eastern time. Thank you for your kind thoughts, Christina. And my King of Kings, I love your username. All right, God bless, friends. Towel is off. Until next time, my name's GrantSmithEllis.